Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the meeting this morning. I'm Deputy Provost David Balfour. The Provost is unable to participate today, so I will be chairing the meeting. It will be live streamed and recorded. Video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting. I'm mindful that the Council agreed to be leaders by example when it comes to embodying respectful language and conduct at our meetings. I intend to ensure that this meeting is seen to reflect those respectful behaviours. For the avoidance of doubt, I will determine the order of speakers and will ask everyone to speak if they wish to do so. I would also ask that any submissions and questions are kept succinct and to the point. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Now proceed with the sederant. We have apologies from Provost Bissett. Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Aitken.
Present.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Bailey Buchanan.
Online.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Bundy, Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Yep.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr has indicated he will be present but will be joining the meeting later. Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
And likewise, Councillor Patrick is not present now, but as indicated, she will join the meeting later. Councillor Redmond. Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
And Councillor Spears.
Present. Okay, on to item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial or non-financial interests on any of the business this morning, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Does anybody have any interest? Councillor Colley.
Thank you. Having taken advice from the Chief Governance Officer, I'd like to declare an interest in item 9, Bonnybridge Transport Issues Stag Appraisal Update. As the former Secretary of the Reinstate Bonnybridge Railway Group, it could certainly be seen that I have formed an opinion on this issue.
Okay. Any other declarations of interest?
Deputy Provost.
Councillor Deacon.
Just like Councillor Colley, as the co-founder and former chair of the Reinstate Bonnybridge Railway Station Group, and as of frequent times as this came up, I've got an invested interest in item number 9, so I will be sitting out that one out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would like to make a transparency statement in relation to item 16. The motion as submitted. I am currently employed by Gary Bowes MSP, and having applied the objective test, I don't believe this precludes me from taking part in the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations of interest? Okay, we'll move on to the minute. Item 3, pages 5 to 15. Is there any questions on the minutes? No. Okay, we'll move on. All right. Everybody agreed to the minutes?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. On to item 4. Rolling action log.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records those decisions of Council where a further report has been called for and provides information on the progress in relation to those reports being reported back. The rolling action log is up to date as far as I can see, but it is available for members' questions.
Okay. Any members got any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Item 5, transformation through collaboration update. There'll be a report by the Chief Executive. Is it? Oh, right, sorry. Right, okay. The report is taken as read. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. As the report says, we're making positive progress, and it's good to see the collaboration between the councils. And just asked if the Chief Executive could actually say a wee bit about how that is progressing and what the impact of Stirling joining the programme has been.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meiklejohn. I think good progress is being made at the moment. Members will recall that the report we brought forward in November had 14 areas for collaboration and another 3 where we were looking at what we were calling deep dive work. As the report sets out, we've made progress and are making progress on quite a number of these. We are regularly having meetings of the Transformation Through Collaboration board. We're keeping updates on a frequent basis to both colleagues across the organisation and elected members, and meeting with trade unions. And I suppose my sense of it, and this work is still at a relatively early stage, but my sense of it is that there is a lot of enthusiasm and interest and hard work from the various colleagues who are involved in the different pieces of work. And that makes me feel that we've got a good chance of having some good business cases coming forward in the latter part of the current financial year. In terms of Stirling's input, again, I think that's positive. It gives us a stronger basis for collaboration and greater potential for realising potential benefits. It did cause slight delays initially because we'd been progressing work between ourselves and client manager. We just had to take a step back to onboard Stirling into the various pieces of work we were doing. But I think when we came forward in November, we were very clear that in terms of collaborative work, if we had more partners, we'd have a greater ability to move things forward. And obviously Stirling is our Forth Valley partner was the obvious one. So I think there's much that is positive about this, but we are still at a relatively early stage.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lawrie. You mentioned the business cases there, and I just wondered what the timescale for those coming forward. And I'm aware that we made an additional bid for additional funding with Stirling coming on board, and just wondered if we had an outcome of that or when we're likely to hear.
Thank you. So in terms of the business cases, in the report we say we're hoping to bring things forward in the 3rd quarter of the current financial year. Whether we'll have anything for the October council, I think is probably a bit uncertain at this stage, but certainly by the end of the year, the December council, I hope we would have initial business cases coming forward. In terms of the Invest to Save bid, we have asked, as the report sets out, for an additional 1.5 million from Scottish Government. We had hoped to have heard something by this stage. I am meeting with Scottish Government on Monday, and I may learn a little bit more at that point, but we haven't heard anything at the moment. What we do know this year is that the Invest to Save fund has been oversubscribed, so there's been a lot of interest, and I'm assuming just with the election and a new government, things are taking a little bit longer than we might previously have anticipated. So no news as yet.
Okay, thank you. My final question, it may be for Mrs. Algie, is just the importance of working with the trade unions and colleagues. How is that going? What is the feedback so far from our trade unions?
Thank you. I might respond initially. Karen might want to come in with some additional comments. So we are meeting the trade unions on a quarterly basis. Now that's a joint meeting, so Stirling, Clacks and Falkirk with unions representing colleagues across all three. These have been broadly positive thus far. I think trade union members are understandably keen to see the detail when it comes forward, and we're not really at that stage yet. And also, in addition to the Forth Valley meetings, we will, of course, be engaging with unions locally as the work progresses on a business case by business case basis.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. In terms of the governance and decision making, how are we going to ensure that democratic control is retained over shared services? Because we're talking about services being delivered across potentially 3 different authorities.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I suppose there's a kind of a short term and a longer term answer to that. So in the short term, this report is going forward to all 3 councils today, and as we get to further updates in business cases, clearly all 3 councils will take their own views on whether they want that work to progress and whether they want particular business cases to progress. One of the work streams, excuse me, and you'll see this set out in the report in terms of the overarching projects, is precisely to look at what the governance arrangements should be if we get to that stage of having services delivered on a collaborative basis across the 3 council areas. Now, there's plenty of precedence for this. I think the normal approach you would expect is to have some kind of joint committee arrangement with all 3 councils represented on that. So that would be the most obvious, but we are spending quite a bit of time and giving a lot of consideration to what the governance options are, because that democratic overview remains critical as we move forward.
Thank you. And also on the kind of overall governance, if we do move down the direction of shared services, who will ultimately be accountable for ensuring that delivery is as it should be?
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I mean, as currently, the officers who are responsible for the services will be, accountable to the councils collectively if we get to that point.
Thank you. And just going back to the issue of our workforce, I recognise that the trade unions are being consulted in this. What is the general approach? Is there resistance or concern being expressed, or are trade unions and the workforce generally on board with this?
Thank you. I mean, at this stage, I'd say that the trade unions and the workforce are generally on board, but this is an uncontroversial stage because we haven't got to the point where we're bringing forward business cases. As I said, I think a lot of the officers that are engaged in the work directly feel very positive about some of the options and potentials that lie within the projects, both in terms of service improvement and in terms of greater efficiency. But I think in terms of any transformation, there will be concern amongst the workforce. I mean, it's quite clearly set out in our financial strategy and in the council's target operating model that over time we will be a smaller organisation, that we do have significant savings to make in the future, and that transformation will be a critical part of us making that journey towards being a more efficient and smaller council. I suppose the view that I have, and I think which some others share, is that actually in terms of protecting the workforce, that might be easier to do when we're doing this collaborative work across 3 councils than if all of that transformation was simply focused within individual councils. So that sharing of expertise, that sharing of processes, that sharing of technology across multiple councils actually provides alternative ways forward, alternative ways of delivering savings, which might have less impact on workforce than, as I say, if all the transformation work was simply focused within the individual councils.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Page 22, 3.7, employability. Maybe continues a wee bit. If you could go into more depth than you did with Councillor Hannah, how many jobs do you think will be saved, or will be doubling up on numbers?
Thank you, Councillor Spears. So the employability work stream hasn't started yet. It's not one of the ones that's kicked off at this stage, but we will bring it forward later in the year. In terms of the impact on jobs, we do not know until we bring forward individual business cases. And as I said in answer to Councillor Meikle-John's question, that will come in the latter part of this year. But also to pick up on and re-emphasise the point I made in answering Councillor Hannah, doing this work across 3 councils and getting some of the efficiencies that we will be able to achieve by doing that is more likely to protect jobs than if we were making these changes and making these savings simply within one council. So the details in terms of jobs will come forward when the business cases come forward later in the year.
You did say a smaller, more efficient council. What percentage then do you think that we will still have total control over, or will people and equipment be at the disposal of other districts?
Thank you. I mean, ultimately, that's a matter for the individual councils to decide. Business cases will come forward. Do you want to be part of that as a council in terms of the opportunities it offers, or would you rather not? So, I mean, the council has absolute sovereignty over that decision, whether to go into partnership or not. I suppose the challenge for the council will be when these business cases come forward. If we don't accept this as a way forward, what are the alternatives? What's the alternative ways of bridging the budget gap? What's the alternative ways of improving the resilience of services? So it's a matter for elected members when we get to that point, how much of the work that we do we might wish to run on a shared basis, either in the context of the Forth Valley partnership as it develops, or indeed in other contexts over time as well.
So are you indicating it will just be management that reduces as it spread wider?
There's certainly the potential for that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? No. Go back to Councillor Meikle-John.
Deputy Provost, I'm pleased to present this update on our Transformation Through Collaboration programme, and it represents a significant step forward in how we deliver services for our communities. In November 25, that internal transformation alone, we agreed would not be sufficient to meet the scale of the financial and service pressures facing the council. Since then, they've been working with Clackmannanshire Council and then more recently Stirling Council to explore new and integrated ways of delivering services across the Forth Valley. The work is rooted in the strong, clear rationale. Our auditors highlighted the need for greater collaboration, and nationally there's a strong push from the Scottish Government for public bodies to work across organisational boundaries. Quite simply, if we were to ensure sustainable, high-quality services into the future, we must be prepared to do things differently and do them together. The programme itself is ambitious. And there are currently 17 service areas being reviewed in Tranche 1. Some of the areas such as procurement, revenue and benefits, regulatory services and elements of social care are being taken forward. In addition, they're also taking a deeper dive into more complex services such as housing, roads and estate management. There's good progress being made in all of those, with 8 projects already having commenced, with others due to start throughout 26, and business cases actively being developed. We expect some of those to come forward to Council as has been indicated later in the year. These business cases will set out clearly the costs, the benefits and the implications for any proposed changes, and no decisions will be taken without full member oversight and approval across all the partner councils. Importantly, the programme is now operating across the 3 councils following Stirling's decision to join in February this year. While that has required some adjustment, the extended timelines it significantly strengthens the opportunities. Working at its larger scale gives us greater potential to achieve efficiencies, improve resilience and deliver better outcomes for our communities. Strong government arrangements are in place with an officer board, chaired in rotation with the 3 chief executives, and meets regularly to oversee progress, manage the risks and ensure delivery remains on track. This is supported by a dedicated programme management capacity and a range of professional support, including legal, financial and organisational expertise. We're also placing a strong emphasis on engagement. A joint staff forum has been established with trade unions across the 3 councils, ensuring that staff are informed, involved and able to raise concerns. Regular communications are issued following the board meetings, and project teams are engaged directly with staff as work progresses. And we've seen Kenneth speak to staff through the internal processes so that all staff are able to access information on progress. Having secured the 2 million through the Scottish Government's Invest to Save programme to help the development design phase, around half of that, a quarter of that has already been committed to key areas such as programme management, legal frameworks and financial modelling, and a further bid for 1.5 million to ensure the programme can be fully resourced as it expands across the 3 councils has been made. Members should be clear that this is ultimately about delivering tangible benefits, about reducing costs, improving efficiency, strengthening resilience and ensuring that services remain sustainable for the future. However, these benefits must be clearly demonstrated. Each business case will have to be rigorously assessed, and only when there is a compelling case will that be able to proceed for implementation. There are, of course, risks. These include the possibility that anticipated savings may not be realised and the funding may be insufficient, or that the scale of change places pressure on our workforce. We're actively managing these risks through the government's resourcing and ongoing engagement. Looking ahead, our focus remains on Tranche 1 projects, developing robust business cases and maintaining pace. At the same time, we're beginning to identify potential opportunities for a second tranche of collaborative activity, and these will be brought forward in due course. The programme represents a fundamental shift in how we approach service delivery. It's ambitious, it's complex and it will take time, but it's necessary. The early progress is encouraging and the addition of Stirling strengthens the case. I therefore ask members to note the progress made and support the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Happy to second.
Okay, go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Given that this is at a very early stage, we're satisfied that officers should be going ahead with this. We just want to be sure that there is serious emphasis on retaining democratic control, protecting our public services and protecting the workforce.
Thank you. As Bailey Kerr's unavailable, Jim Flynn, do you have any comment?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. Just purely to say I look forward to further reports in the year and see what progress is made with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Likewise, we look forward to further reports, which will need great scrutiny, because to achieve better outcomes for our communities, only time will tell maybe fresh eyes from other councils will be the test if that occurs. I just hope the funding we receive is not used up in redundancy payments.
Thank you. Any other independent councillors? No. Okay. Is council agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. We'll go on to item 6, Falkirk HSCP Services Update, the Falkirk IJB Medium Term Financial Plan. And Caroline's going to give an introduction to the report.
Thank you, Convener. The report presents an update in the work of the Health and Social Care Partnership since the last report to Council was made on the 12th of December. Firstly, in terms of governance and direction, the Integration Joint Board has strengthened its arrangements, now meeting more frequently with a revised committee structure to support improved oversight and assurance. Alongside this, work is underway to develop a new strategic plan, which is going to take a longer-term 10-year view and is being shaped through engagement with communities and partners. Turning to service transformation, there are several key areas of progress. The first is the care at home redesign, which is progressing and will mark a significant shift away from traditional time and task models towards a more outcome-focused, person-centred approach, enabling people to maintain independence and receive care tailored to their needs. There is currently a public consultation ongoing to help inform and shape this proposal. In addition, the Shifting the Balance of Care programme has contributed to improvements in hospital discharge and patient flow, reducing delays and improving outcomes. This work is now being embedded across the wider urgent and unscheduled care system. We're also progressing a comprehensive review of bed-based care, which will inform future service models across our community hospital, community settings and our care homes, ensuring capacity aligns with future demand. In terms of national developments, the new Children's Care Act and the National Review of the Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation are both significant programmes of work. While still at an early stage, both will bring important implications for how the service will be delivered locally, and we're actively engaging in the developments. In performance and quality, inspection outcomes remain positive overall, with most of our services being rated good or very good. The recent strategic inspection of care at home services also rated performance as good, while identifying areas for further improvement which are being taken forward as part of an agreed action plan. There's also a number of service improvements underway. These include the integration of prison healthcare services, which was delegated to the partnership in November 2024, a new alcohol and drug partnership strategic framework, which will inform service design based on 6 priorities, and plans for a new GP walk-in centre expected to be operational later this year. Across all of this, the partnership continues to drive a structured transformation programme, focused on ensuring services are sustainable, modern and fit for purpose. Members will also note that while progress is positive, we continue to face ongoing pressures, particularly in terms of increasing demand, complexity of needs and workforce challenges, which reinforce the importance of transformation work that's underway. Finally, the report highlights the qualities considerations and the engagement activity, with ongoing work to mitigate impacts on vulnerable groups and ensure that services remain accessible and person-centred. In summary, the partnership is making good progress across a wide range of priorities, with a clear focus on transformation and improving outcomes for the people across Falkirk. I'm now going to pass over to Marie just briefly to summarise the financial position, if that's okay, as the Chief Financial Officer. Convener.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Convener. 4.1 to 4.6 of the paper gives a summary of the IJB business case for 26-27 and the medium-term financial plan agreed by the IJB in March 2026. Appendix 1 shows the full paper which was presented to the IJB, and it sets out pressures of 70 million over the medium term. It also shows a remaining budget gap of 14 million over the 5-year period following expected funding and agreed efficiencies, and a gap of 3 million for 26-27 financial year. Efficiencies agreed are included within the appendix in full, and a number of development sessions have been held with elected members to keep them informed of those proposals as they emerged. Additional recurring funding agreed by the Council and one-off earmarked funds from NHS Forth Valley mean that the 26-27 budget is balanced. There are a number of risks to the plan set out in Section 5 in the appendix, including demographic pressures, prescribing pressures, outstanding job evaluations and delivery of the transformation programme. The plan also notes that the Children and Justice budgets for medium-term financial plan shows a pressure of £900,000 over the 5-year term, and they've now been delegated to the partnership from this financial year. The Council agreed updated charges for social care along with their budget paper for 26-27, and officers are continuing to seek solutions to the remaining medium-term gap on an ongoing basis, with any further solutions to be brought forward to the IJB for approval. Caroline and I are happy to take any questions. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you both. There's been no amendments, so there will be no debate on this item. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Spears.
Right. Thank you. You mentioned a 14 million gap. How do we then implement a improvement plan when we have such a large amount of money in the gap?
Thanks, Councillor Spears, for your question. Yeah, that medium-term gap is weighted towards the end of the 5-year plan. We're working towards our new strategic plan at the moment as well. So one of the outstanding audit points I have is to make sure that that strategic plan is affordable. So it's looking at the whole system implementation of transformation. We're going to be monitoring the agreed efficiencies so far through our strategic planning and transformation board. So that meets monthly to make sure that we're keeping an eye on how the progress is coming along for agreed efficiencies. And I'm going to be bringing forward a paper to the IJB in September to set out the strategy for meeting that remaining gap. For me, it's about making sure that medium-term plan is a rolling plan. It shouldn't be about a one-year budget process, that, every year hitting that budget process around the end of the year. It's about continually looking for that improvement. We're continuing to work with partners, including NHS Forth Valley, around what we can do in the community that helps to do things more efficiently. So we're continuing those conversations and we'll bring any further proposals forward to the IJB for agreement. And we will keep members updated with those development sessions as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hope is always a buzzword around about councils, but I noticed that the inspection findings are mainly adequate. So let's hope we can have a better word in the box.
Do you have a further question, Councillor Spears? Okay. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Can I ask, first of all, how will the Health and Social Care Partnership be monitoring and mitigating the impact of increased social care charges, particularly on low income and vulnerable residents?
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. So we get regular information from our council colleagues on collection rates, etc. around social care charges. I suppose just for a bit of assurance, when we raised the cap last year, the collection rates did not fall. They actually improved very slightly with the information that we received. So we're hopeful that will continue, but we do work closely with council colleagues around that and monitoring that situation. And obviously, if there are any specific issues raised, we refer that to council colleagues as well. And there's income maximisation available and financial assessments available for anybody who's facing financial difficulty. So we keep an eye on that as well and make sure that that's maximised as well.
Thank you. You mentioned the consultation. I wonder if you could say a little more, please, about the consultation arrangements, because we know that there have been previous concerns about the level of consultation and how that consultation has been implemented. How are you ensuring that that service users are fully consulted?
Yeah, absolutely. We went through a series of lessons learned last year around consultation for the budgets. So this year what we actually did was we contacted every single service user who was subject to social care charges. So we sent out over 5,000 letters to make sure that everybody who was going to be subject to those changes was notified. We held a number of drop-in sessions around the changes as well. So we had a really good turnout at our drop-in sessions, and we had a good number of responses through those letters as well. And I think Caroline's probably going to come in around the other consultations that were taking place at the moment.
Okay.
Caroline, thanks.
Just in terms, just to provide further reassurance, if I take, for example, the care at home redesign that's currently out for public consultation, we've written to all clients who receive a care at home service, as well as all staff that work in the service. We've had public consultation drop-in sessions in each of the 3 locality areas. And we've also invited clients to be part of a focus group to help inform how we take the care at home redesign forward. So as well as looking for their views around the care at home redesign and how we take it forward, we're really keen to look at if we can support a focus group to be developed, and that would then act as a reference group as we take forward the care at home redesign, and that kind of feedback loop as we take things forward. So hopefully that provides further reassurance.
Thank you. I am aware of the public meetings that have been had around the area. I would reiterate what I have said previously, which is far too often the lower and upper braes get forgotten.
Yeah, have you got any further questions?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
I apologise, Deputy Provost. In terms of the transformation programme, particularly the care at home redesign, which you've been talking about, how confident are you about achieving the planned savings, and how are we going to ensure that there is sufficient capacity in the community if we are reducing the reliance on institutional care?
So I might start, convener, thanks, and Caroline might come in. So around the care at home redesign, there aren't actually any savings badged against the care at home redesign. So at the moment, the external service is overspending, and it's offset by a large underspend in the in-house service at the moment. So the care at home redesign, we hope, will be neutral on finance. So the intention is that we develop the in-house service, and that should create savings in the external provision, and also in institutional care, as you say, as long-term care. So obviously the shift in the balance of care project that we've undertaken means that more care in the community and that more intensive support at the start of people being discharged from hospital reduces the need for long-term care. So it's obviously fairly complex. So the understanding is we develop care at home, we reduce the long-term care budgets, and we reduce the amount of care at home that people will need as well by having that intensive support at the beginning for everybody. So that's the long-term intention. So we will keep an eye on that through the Transformation Programme Board and make sure that we're monitoring the progress. So I don't know whether Caroline wants to add anything.
Yeah, Caroline.
So just to add, in terms of the care at home redesign, that's about having a different approach about how we deliver care. So it's about having that reablement approach. So it's not just, so if we support individuals at the start when they receive care, there's more potential for people to be re-abled, which means long term they'll require less care. So that should have a positive impact, not just in terms of finance, but actually in outcomes for people. So really the focus is about, ensuring that people have got the right care at the right time in the right place. And that's really, the key in terms of our care at home redesign. And I think if we follow the values, that'll have a positive impact in both budget, but also in outcomes for the communities and the people we support.
Thank you. Just one final question with your permission. The Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Review, obviously absolutely fundamental piece of work. Is this going to have any impact on the services that we're able to deliver, or on budgets in any way?
If I can suggest perhaps Sarah, who's online, would probably be more appropriate to answer that question.
Thank you. Sarah?
Morning, convener. So the group-based child sexual abuse and exploitation review, which is currently underway. We're at the phase 1 part of the review, and Falkirk has been participating fully in the ask of submission. And last week we participated in a structured interview via the Public Protection Chief Officers Group. There will be a national report which will be published over summer. I don't have an exact date, and aspects of that will go on to inform the terms of reference for the national inquiry that was announced a few months ago. In terms of what that will mean for us going forward, we'll know more at that particular stage when we receive the report, but just to give members assurance that we are very active locally in terms of our support and our planning around this particular area of work. It's part and parcel of our activities via the Child Protection Committee and under the governance of the Public Protection Chief Officers Group. And I can bring forward more information once we have that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I just wondered if either Caroline or Marie could maybe say a wee bit about where our IGB sits in the national picture, because I know that all IGBs are really struggling for finance. Everyone has challenges around meeting that gap. But Falkirk has embraced this with an action plan and an improvement plan. But we've also done a lot of work, as you've already said, around the care at home, about changing the balance of care. That has bringing some efficiencies. And in fact, at the budget this year, there was a resource transfer, which is something that is quite unusual, but the whole system was designed to be able to deliver on that. So I just wonder if you could maybe give a wee bit of an overview of where Falkirk sits in comparison to other IGBs across the country.
Thanks, Convener. So the latest IGB bulletin that was issued has us sitting around the middle of the pack. From a financial perspective, I suppose the IGB will hear, we're sitting tomorrow and we'll hear tomorrow that the outturn position was actually more favourable than we anticipated. So what that means is that it's allowed us to maintain our contingency reserves at the year end, and it's also shown that there are a number of reserves held for future commitments as well. So we're in a better position than we anticipated, and I think a lot of IGBs across Scotland are now in a position that they have no contingency reserves left, and some have no reserves. So I'm certainly fairly pleased that we've been able to maintain that position. I think it leaves us in better stead for future years. It's still really challenging. The picture across Scotland, is still showing an almost 500 million budget gap for IGBs across Scotland, and that's the 24-25 report. Just for information, the next one doesn't come out till next February, actually. So, as it stands, we're sitting middle of the pack. But I think definitely the relationship that we have with partners here is really positive. I've found that since I came into post 2 years ago, and I think that having the council pass over those recurring funds has been really, really helpful and positive, and NHS Forth Valley colleagues have been helpful as well in passing over some non-recurring funds to help us with that risk share, as well as the risk share for last financial year. So I can't stress that enough, that's a really positive relationship that we have, and I hope that continues. Thanks.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Provost. I wonder if you could just maybe give us a wee bit of information on the challenging area of prescribing costs in general practice, because as I know, this is an area where it's over, the costs are over budget, and it's quite challenging. It'd be useful to know what's going on there. Thank you.
Okay, Marie.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Flynn, for that question. Prescribing is a fairly challenging area. I suppose for 25/6, just to note that at the year end, NHS Forth Valley actually passed us funds to cover the overspend for last year prescribing, so they passed over an additional £1.3 million at the end of the year, so that was really, really helpful. We have a fairly ambitious prescribing efficiency programme looking at a number of areas, and the prescribing team at NHS Forth Valley are continually looking looking for, prescription switches, how we might look at medicines of low clinical value coming to an end, and with advice from Scottish Government. So they're continually looking at spend to save initiatives around, prescribing staff and carrying out those initiatives. Within GPs, we're also looking at we know from evidence that around 30% of GP prescribing budgets is led by what's prescribed in secondary care, so prescriptions that people come out of hospital with. So that's going to be a particular focus in future years as well. So we're looking at the data behind that. But that, obviously, you'll be aware, Councillor Flynn sitting in the IGB, we bring updates on that fairly regularly with the financial reporting. So I have to say, for last year, it was really helpful that NHS Forth Valley gave us that additional funding, which was really good. And we hope that the pressures that we've added into the budget are sufficient to deal with the inflationary pressures and the volume increases, along with those efficiency programmes that are coming forward. I hope that helps. Thanks.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, and thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, we'll go to Council Leader. Councillor Meikle-John. Oh, sorry, Councillor Colley. Apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. You're pleased to hear I'm not going to say very much, just to thank officers for the reports. I'd like to, and I hope my timing's right, I think this is a formal welcome to Caroline in her role as Interim Chief Officer. I think this is the first full council meeting, but I could be wrong there. And to thank the team, not just in the Health and Social Care Partnership, as some of the described, but to break that down into children, justice, prison, healthcare, and our wider NHS services. And there really is a depth and breadth of work undertaking, and that continuous focus on transformation, which is aimed at ensuring that we have sustainability for health and social care services in Falkirk. Despite the welcome support from NHS Forth Valley, and Councillor Meikle-John mentioned around shifting the balance of care and the support for that, but also the members of this council who have continued to be extremely supportive of the Health and Social Care Partnership and the work of delivering community health and social care in the district. And finally, as I always want to do, I want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that is done every single day in this district by health and social care staff, and what they contribute to delivering outcomes for individuals and changing individual lives. So just to want to acknowledge that, and just I suppose formally propose the report, which is a noting report.
Thank you. Councillor Meikle-John.
Happy to second the report, Provost.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'd just like to echo Councillor Colley's comments about welcoming Caroline. We've worked with Caroline over a long period in her other role, so we're well aware of the hard work she does. This is a challenging thing that she's taking on, but welcome. But I have no amendments to this. I'll get a chance tomorrow to ask more questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Provost. As a member of the IGB, I'm really pleased to see a real momentum building in the transformation programme. There's been a lot of work by everyone in the team there. I note the improvement in the engagement, and as I've already raised the question on prescribing costs, it's very positive to see the work on the efficiencies that they're trying to achieve there and looking at all the different areas within prescribing. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I would echo Councillor Colley's comments on the staff who's produced this report and the staff that work every day in health and social care. I will go on to say that meeting the gap, we have received today the big hope that we can get the improvements through within budget and that people can see the difference. They are the real focus group, the people who receive and need these services. My worry is, and correct me if I'm wrong, 500 million budget gap for IGBs in Scotland. I think this needs addressed. Maybe Gary Bowes will take it up with the Scottish Government and we can see improvements in that funding.
Gary?
Sorry, Convener, can I just say that at this meeting, I'm Councillor Gary Bowes, and I would prefer to be dealt with in that way.
Exactly, thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Any other independent members got anything to say? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'd also echo the remarks of others and acknowledge the hard work that our colleagues across the Health and Social Care Partnerships, IJB, do on our behalf every single day. I just want to add from the point of view of equalities and having met with officers over the course of the last few months to look at how we collectively can take forward the progress that we've made at council, and I think also across all bodies within the council, but very much looking forward to seeing how those improvements can help us go further in ensuring that our citizens are more involved in consultation and in designing of services. So I thank officers for their report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Council agreed? Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to take a short recess. Please be back in your seats for 11 o'clock. that's us back. On to item 7, Pride in Place Programme Board. The report is taken as read. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Keir, as a council, we were consulted and then asked which areas met the criteria. Can I ask which areas officers gave feedback on?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thanks for the question, Councillor Gardner. So yes, we were asked by UK Government late last year to comment on a series of data they provided on areas across the Falkirk region. So some of the criteria they'd asked us to look at was to neighbourhood areas that had a population of between 5,000 and 15,000. Areas had to be contiguous, so there would be no physical gap in the areas. And they based their data and their need on the Community Needs Index. So each neighbourhood area suggested had to have a data zone included within that area that represented need by that definition. And we were to comment on one neighbourhood area per UK parliamentary area. So the 6 areas we provided feedback on to the UK Government were Camelin, Tamford Hill, Denny and Dunny Pace, Bonnybridge, Grangemouth, Stenhousemuir and Bowness.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
I think Councillor Patterson was first.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thanks. I was just wondering if officers could talk us through, my understanding is obviously this is a community-led initiative and the community will be deciding where the funds go. Can you just briefly talk me through what positions have been filled by the community so far and how that ratio works with elected members as well?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Through you. Thanks, Councillor Patterson. So yes, the UK Government are very clear that this has to be a local-led scheme with local decision-making. So the requirement is to establish a neighbourhood board. That board has to have 51% of non-elected official representation. The board will also include the local MP, the local MSP as well, and they do request, as the report notes, a minimum of 1 local ward member for that area. We have a chair. Pleased to say we now have a voluntary chair appointed after a successful campaign by colleagues in the team. And we're now out. We've undertaken a recruitment campaign for further board members. So we are looking for voluntary board members from each of the key settlements within the neighbourhood area. So that would be Shield Hill, Hall Glen, Sloman and Limerick, California and Blackberries, Avonbridge, and Whitecross is also now included. So that would be 6 local representatives plus the chair, but we do need that 51% majority of non-elected members.
Okay, so just to follow up from that then, if we needed 6 community members and we haven't actually started, oh no, we've got the chair in place, but we haven't started the recruitment for the other members, then if we were to add an additional elected member on there, how would that impact the ratios?
I think that we would always need to ensure we have at least 4 community representatives on there. So that would give us, if we had all of those 6, we would have 7 against 3 elected members. So we do have opportunity to add an existing elected member representative on that group. But it's about, I guess, as you mentioned, the challenge of recruiting those non-elected board members. We have had 4 expressions of interest so far from the community. So we've been out for just over a week. So there is positive response from the community so far, and colleagues are undertaking quite a significant campaign through social media, poster campaign, working with colleagues in the community development team as well, and the local MP and the chair are out speaking to community groups and community representatives as well. So we are confident we will get that community representation.
Nice, that is really exciting, and I'm really pleased to hear that it is underway. And finally, can you just comment, so when would we envision the community board being in place?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. we need to submit that on the 17th of July, Councillor Patterson. So we need to have the representatives there and submit the final area, neighbourhood area, and any other amendments the board proposes by the 17th of July to the UK Government.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Deputy.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. First of all, the report details the £19.6 million for the Hallglen and Braes villages. Previous publicity suggested that there was 21.5 million. I'm getting my terminology wrong. Can officers please explain the discrepancy for the Pride in Place monies, which was 21.5 million but is now being reported as 19.6?
Okay, Keir.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks, Councillor Hannah. So yes, the 21.5 million, you'll recall that there's two Pride in Place funding schemes. There's the Pride in Place Impact Fund, which was the capital funding that was provided directly to Falkirk Council to deliver through its general capital programmes. There was £1,750,000 last financial year, and the same again this financial year. So that accounts for 1.5 million. The scheme, when it was announced, the narrative was it was always up to £20 million, but we recently, on calls with the UK network with UK Government colleagues, they confirmed that the award was 19.6 million. So as I said, the text was always up to 20 million.
Thank you. And can I also ask, how will the board be supported to transition to an independent accountability body, and what are the risks if this fails?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So as the report notes, the intention across the UK for all Pride in Place programme areas is that the Neighbourhood Board does transition to that more formal structure. So the colleagues in my team, community development team, will be supporting the board. It's a voluntary board, so the council officers will be supporting them as they move forward. We would also be engaging with third sector interface with CVS Falkirk to support that process as well. There is enablement funding as well that we received, so that can support a programme manager post. So we do have opportunity, and subject to board approval, we will have a specific post to support that, support the board in the interim and that transition. I mentioned there's a UK network of areas that have a Pride in Place programme funding, so there is a good community and support network there that we are tapping into with the UK Government civil servants as well. So I guess the risk around that is that the council as accountable body, the period that the council would have that status as accountable body would extend. So I suppose the risk is mainly for the council to manage. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. You mentioned there was various areas put forward. Question one, if you could maybe identify the criteria, whilst I am pleased to see any deprived area in a district getting special treatment, can you maybe expand on why this area was chosen above others? Obviously, as the Grangemouth elected member, and we're going through great unemployment and job losses, etc.
Stick to questions, please, Councillor Spears.
Sorry. If you want to butt in, you should say, can I speak? Because that would be courteous.
No, stick to questions, please.
That is a question.
Yeah, stick to questions. And aye. Okay, Keir.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So, thanks, Councillor Spears. So the decision was made by the UK Government. So I did mention some of the criteria we were asked to comment on. So the Community Needs Index is the data that the UK Government have used to assess the need. It's not a data series that we use within the council. Not many Scottish councils use that. So again, it's based on access to services and community need that they've determined as part of that. The scheme, the outline of the scheme is need around regeneration of high streets, heritage, housing interventions, work, productivity and skills, community cohesion, community empowerment, health and wellbeing, transport and safety and security. So they are the measures that the UK government are assessing the need in the neighbourhood area on. We haven't been provided specific breakdown of the decision making. It was just that the decision was communicated to the council that it was that neighbourhood area.
Okay, some areas are more used to it, others that being bypassed. Thank you.
Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Just a wee question. I'm reading the report saying the work will be managed within police services and specific support roles are being developed, and this will be funded from the Pride in Place funds. Can you tell me roughly at this early stage what resource will be needed, and will it remain static throughout the time, or do you envisage that it could increase as years go by or decrease? Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So thanks, Councillor Binney. So that there was in the region 175,000 enablement funding, that was revenue funding provided to each neighbourhood area. That was provided directly to the council, so that there is that amount at the moment. There is a revenue allocation every year. We would anticipate a programme manager coming in to support the board, but it would be once the board is formed to verify that position after an initial 2-year period. Other costs around engagement, consultation costs, administration would be items that we would look to support through revenue funding, subject to board approval once it's formed. But I don't have a specific breakdown of what we expect that to be other than a programme manager post at this stage.
Thank you for this information just now. Thank you.
Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I just wanted to touch on the investment that is going into Grangemouth, so that council was fully cited on that. Obviously, Greener Grangemouth is a £12 million funding package. The Grangemouth area will also benefit from investment following the Fourth Green Freeport, where we're expecting to see significant capital benefits. And finally, the Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal is also leading to significant investment in the Grangemouth area. So I just wanted to reassure elected members that we're always looking out for all wards to make sure that investment happens equitably.
Okay, thank you. Move on to Councillor Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Provost. Two questions. First one, does every board member, are they all voting members? That's the first question. And I'll give you the second question just now. Bearing in mind we don't have all the members of the board appointed or chosen yet, it seems to me that the date of 30th of November for the plan to be presented seems quite tight. I'm assuming that might just be a draft plan, which is further endorsed at a later date. Would that be right?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks, Councillor Flynn. So the terms of reference are still to be drafted and finalised. They would obviously have to be reaffirmed by the board as well once appointed. So we would anticipate that all members would be voting members, but again, as I say, the terms of reference are still to be finalised. In terms of the 30th of November date for the Pride in Place plan, that's a lockdown date, so we would need to work quickly with the board and colleagues to make sure that we have that plan endorsed by the board. There'd have to be significant engagement with that as well, and one of the key criteria is making sure that members of the community that haven't engaged in engagement exercises would have that opportunity. So 30th of November does seem a while away, but you're right, it will come round quite quickly. So we do need to focus with the board once appointed to support them to get to that date and have the plan in place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Robertson.
Good morning, Deputy Provost. With your indulgence, I'm wondering if I could make a slight statement or a small statement, a brief statement on agenda item number 7.
It should just be questions, however, as you're just back, if it's a very short statement, I will agree to that.
It is indeed, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As someone who was born in Salmanan and raised in the Braes area, I know the Upper Braes area very well and the long-standing problem which constituents face there. Examples being lack of infrastructure investment, environmental issues, and the need for improvement in public transport. I'm a firm supporter of the Upper Braes issues, particularly the lack of regeneration. I will fight for greater investment in our communities. Our area has a proud heritage. It's time to promote a vision that our children and our communities can be proud of. The 19.6 million Pride in Place programme represents a significant long-term opportunity by investing in the Hall, Glen and Braes areas, and I'm particularly glad that the funding should be driven by community-led decision-making. 7.2 of the paper clearly states that in order to achieve a functioning and effective neighbourhood board, consideration should be given to a number of Falkirk councillors nominated to participate. 6.4 clearly states the expectations of those who may be board members. Given the vagaries of my current health condition, I could not guarantee to fulfil the requirements of that role. You'll understand that precludes me from pursuing membership of this board. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues from across the parties, officers and managers for their home visits and unwavering support for me. I would also like to give a special thanks to Provost Bissett for his exceptional pastoral care and support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robertson. Okay, folks. There's an adjusted motion has been submitted previously. Is anyone otherwise minded? Right, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. I think the adjustment would need to be submitted here first, but I have just submitted an amendment to the proposed amendment to the motion. I'm not sure about the technical terms, if I'm using the right technical terms, but I'm sure Mr. Moody will keep me right.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Deputy Provost, if you could just give me a moment or two to read the text which has just arrived.
Okay, just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There may be a recess required.
Okay, I think if we could just...
If we just have a 5-minute recess till the officers will be looking at that. Okay, folks, if you can take your seats. Okay. Okay, right, I'll just pass over to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And just to remind members that shortly before the recess, there was an additional amendment submitted by Councillor Hannah, and the adjournment was just an opportunity to read through that, particularly to consider the issue of competence. So I can advise you, Deputy Provost, that my view is that the amendment is not competent at this stage. The only way in which the matter could have been taken forward in that way would be if the mover of the adjusted motion were minded to incorporate any of the aspects of the additional amendment, but understand Councillor Meikle-John is adhering to her original adjusted motion. So there isn't an additional amendment, and if anyone is not minded to accept the adjusted motion as proposed by Councillor Meikle-John, which, just to remind Council, is to increase the number of councillor appointees from 1 to 2, then the other proposition that would be available is the recommendations as existing in the report. So that's to appoint a single member. So the question may be to say whether members are minded to agree the motion as adjusted or they're not so minded.
Okay, if we just go to Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'm pleased for Mr. Moody for throwing a wee bit of illumination onto that. I was a wee bit concerned. I wasn't sure if I did have what was, in principle, the amended motion, and the fact that you've clarified that the subsequent amendment is not competent. Where I'd be I'm not in a position where I think I could accept the motion, and I just wanted to explain it rather than just objecting to the motion, and the fact that I do feel we should be going with what is the original proposal within the report, that one councillor. The reason I'm saying that is that it would appear a wee bit incompetent if we don't know the actual number of the community board, that they get sufficient number, that we appoint 2 councillors. They don't get sufficient, and we then have to pull back one of the councillors. I'm just trying to prevent that embarrassment, that's all. So that's why I'll be supporting the original proposal for just the one councillor. Thanks, Deputy.
Is anyone prepared to second that?
Councillor McCabe.
Okay.
I also have a question.
Helpful to have actually moved the motion first before we get into anything else.
Okay, Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the neighbourhood board, as part of the structure of the Pride in Place programme, we don't have any opportunity to do that. But in looking at the fact that there are 2 very distinct communities involved, I think the proposal for a minimum of 1 is what we're asked for. It doesn't preclude having more than 1. We have heard from officers that there are around 6 different communities within each of these 2 wards, and their aim would be to seek to recruit 6 one from each, maybe a broad representation, and that would enable more than one councillor to be represented on the board, because I think it's very difficult to say that it's only a member from the Upper Braes or it's only a member from Hall Glen to be on the neighbourhood board and exclude them from part of that process, and if nothing else, to be able to engage with their communities and make sure that there's full and proper representation. I think we are getting too hung up on whether or not the community aspect will be fulfilled. I think that's a job that we task to officers, and they make sure that they do that. They may find that they have more than 6 people coming forward. We've already heard there's 4 expressions of interest there. I think there's a lot of work that can be done by the chair in particular to recruit people to the board. And if we are serious about making this work effectively, we need to make sure it is sustainable. So I would be comfortable with tasking officers to make sure that there's that 51% community representation and work towards that, and have the elected member representation from the area of the 2 wards involved, and therefore that's why I would move that motion, and I'm happy for any comment from officers with regard to that commitment that they could make.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garner.
Just to say I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'm grateful for the council leader for clarifying that it is the motion which had been tweaked a bit, but that it is actually the motion where we are looking to appoint 2 councillors. I don't want to be appearing to be getting into the semantics of it. I'm happy enough that we will appoint 2 councillors, but only on recognition that the community involvement criteria level is met. That's all. I don't know whether the intention is through the motion here that the potential 2 councillors are identified, or whether we say we are in agreement. As I say, I'm not against this motion per se, but whether we accept, yes, there will be the potential to go to 2 councillors, 2 nominated councillors, only once the community ratio has been fulfilled. That's all. I'm not saying we definitely only need the 1. I'm looking for 2. Yeah. I just feel that we're just being that wee bit early, that's all.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
To ask Mr. Stevenson, are we legally allowed to do this, nominate 2 elected members, when the criteria came across to me, and as Mr. Benny says about treating all communities equally, is this proper? Can we do that and still get this financed because we're filling the brief?
Here.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Yes, the council can nominate 2. It's a minimum of 1 local ward member, but as long as the board makeup isn't more than 50% elected members, so it's competent to do that from the council.
Okay. Any members got any questions or contributions? No. Okay. Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Hannah has a light on.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I fully understand Councillor McCabe and Councillor Spears' concerns about this balance, but I just, for the sake of transparency, I was assured during our recess and discussion, that in the event that there are inadequate numbers of community representatives for the board to give the 51%, then it would have to come back to the council in terms of 1 or 2. So in that situation and with that assurance, I'm willing to accept the amended motion.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor McCabe?
I appreciate what Councillor Hannah had said there. It's almost the same as what I'm proposing. That if the community percentage didn't meet the criteria, it would need to come back anyway. All I'm saying is, I suppose what I'm pushing for is, let's not identify 2 councillors today. What I'm saying is, let's identify, we agree there is the potential that we will have 2 councillors on it, and at a later date, once we have the community element fulfilled, the 2, you can put names forward today, but don't say that they will be on the board. Identify them, know that the potential is there for it. When the community percentage is agreed, then it comes back to council to ratify, or I don't know. I'd see Mr. Moody having a word with you there, Provost. Leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Deputy Provost, I think it's maybe helpful just to remind ourselves of the terms of the recommendations, which was the amendment formally moved by Councillor McCabe. It's simply to appoint 1 councillor. So the propositions before you at the moment are the adjusted motion moved by Councillor Meiklejohn, which appoints 2 councillors, 1 from each of the wards, or the recommendations moved by Councillor McCabe, if he's still insisting on that amendment.
Sorry, Colin, I'm not quite clear in my own mind. I'm not proposing it. I'm not proposing a motion that we only have the 1 councillor. That's not my intention at all. It may have come around from my misunderstanding of the adjusted motion. Mm-hmm. I almost consider this as an amendment to what was in the body of the papers. If that's not the case, and this is the motion, I'd like to amend that, that we don't appoint them today.
So maybe to clarify again, Deputy Provost, the available options for council are 1, to go with the adjusted motion, or 2, to move the recommendations as on the face of the report, which would restrict you to 1 appointed councillor. So I suppose my question, Deputy Provost, for Councillor McCabe, in light of that, is, does he insist on his amendment in relation to the recommendations on the face of the report?
Yeah, I think potentially I have to leave it that way, Mr. Moody, that that we go with the recommendation on the face of the agenda paper. Okay, thanks. I don't mean to be semantic about it, but it's just thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
I appreciate we're beyond questions, but I think obviously to try and find a way through this, could I maybe ask officers about the timing of setting up the neighbourhood board and the restrictions around that? So if we don't appoint today, then we won't have elected members from Falkirk Council as part of the neighbourhood board. So I don't know whether somebody would maybe want to make comment on that.
Okay, Keir.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks, Councillor Meiklejohn. So the report notes that 17th of July is the deadline. We need to submit to the UK government the proposed board. In the event that we don't have the correct membership, the UK government, in consultation with the MP, will step in and advise us accordingly. So there is that backstop that the UK government will essentially make the decision on behalf of the neighbourhood area.
Okay, like that, we'll just go to the vote. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The motion consists of the adjusted motion which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner. And to clarify, the effect of that is to appoint 2 councillor members, 1 from each of the wards, against which there's the amendment from Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor Spears, which consists of the recommendations in the report. And again, to clarify, that would involve appointing 1 ward member to the board. Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Mackie Brown. Councillor Mackie Brown may have dropped off the call. Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
I'll return to Councillor Mackie Brown, who appears to be on the call. Councillor Mackie Brown, we didn't hear your vote in relation to the motion or the amendment. No response from Councillor Mackie Brown. Deputy Provost, 22 votes for the motion, 4 votes for the amendment, and the motion is carried, the effect of which the Council is now asked to appoint 2 members to the board.
Okay, thank you. Can I now open it up for nominations? Councillor Garner.
Thank you. I'd like to propose Councillor Lorna Binney.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Aiken.
I'd like to propose Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Hannah.
I'd like to second that, but I'd also like to propose Councillor Claire Aiken.
Okay. Any other nominations? Councillor Patterson.
If a seconder is required, I'll also second.
Okay.
Councillor Aiken.
Thank you. Any other nominations? No. Councillor Flynn.
I would like to propose Billy Kerr, even though he's not here.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Can I have a point of clarification from officers, please? My understanding is that although there is a tiny part of Lower Braes that is within the boundary of the Pride in Place, which I was told yesterday, I'm not 100% convinced, but and as a local Lower Braes councillor, if I thought I had skin in this game, I would possibly have been looking to be recommended, put forward. I think, is it competent for Bailey Kerr to be nominated?
Mr Moody.
I thank Councillor Hannah for raising that point, and I think she is right. If you look at the terms of the adjusted motion, which the Council has just agreed, it says therefore appoints 2 councillors, 1 from each of the main council wards, to join the Pride in Place Neighbourhood Board. And I think it's clear that main council ward in this context means Falkirk South or Upper Braes.
Is there any more nominations? Okay, we'll just go to the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and it's maybe worth just explaining the voting process here because we have 2 vacancies to fill and 3 candidates. So each member has 2 votes. So you should indicate which of the 3 nominated candidates you wish to support.
Can I just, sorry, Provost, Provost, I wondered whether the staff, Mr Moody, in terms of the voting, given that there has to be 1 from each, would it not be work if we effectively, if there's only 1 candidate from the Upper Braes, does that candidate not automatically then become elected, and then we're only voting for the one in the others? Would that not make more sense?
Okay, thanks, Mr Moody.
I'm again grateful for Councillor Murtaugh's intervention. There is logic in that. And yes, I think that is the proper way to proceed. So again, grateful for that intervention. So if we can then work on the basis that for the vacancy for Upper Braes, that's duly been filled by Councillor Patterson. But in relation to representation from Falkirk South, we have 2 nominees who are Councillor Binney and Councillor Aitken. So it's just a straightforward indicate whether your vote is in favour of Councillor Binney or Councillor Aitken. Deputy Provost Balfour.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Binney.
Me.
Councillor Bowes.
Binney.
Bailey Buchanan.
Binney.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor McCabe.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Murtaugh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Binney.
And Councillor Spears.
Abstain.
Deputy Provost, there are 15 votes for Councillor Vinnie, 7 votes for Councillor Aitken and 5 abstentions, and Councillor Vinnie is duly appointed.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations to both councillors. We'll move on to item 8, is a local growth fund investment. Okay, the report is taken as read. There's no amendments, so there's no debate. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have one question, and it's for Mr. Lawrie. Is there much connection between this and agenda item 5, the transformation through collaboration that you see?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thank you, Councillor Garner. Apologies. Yes, I mean, in terms of the transformation through collaboration, one of the items we will go on to consider as part of that project is bringing together economic development and employability services. And as I think members know, there's been a bit of a drive from both the Scottish and the UK government to begin to look at economic development on a regional basis. So the local growth fund takes us right into that space straight away. And I think that given that we're, well, assuming the approval of council today, we're moving forward on this, I think it ties in very neatly with the broader transformation through collaboration piece and the proposals we have set out to bring forward economic development and employability in due course. Excuse me, thank you.
Thank you, and it's a good job you've got a wee glass of water there, Kenneth. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I just wanted to maybe just ask a wee bit about the history of this funding, because my understanding is this is replacement funding that used to come directly to individual local authorities, and just that the difference in the levels of funding that's been made available has changed, and the balance between capital and revenue, and therefore the impact that that's had on designing a regional scheme going forward.
Here.
Yep. Thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks, Councillor Meiklejohn. So I think the UK government, this is a UK government funded scheme. The UK government have been quite clear this isn't a replacement scheme for the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which has been in place for the previous 4 years, and before that there was European Regional Development Funding that was European funding. So the difference with the local growth fund as it is coming to regions, it's regional investment, it's not coming to individual local authorities, where previous UK government funding schemes similar to this came to local authorities. There was the option under UK Shared Prosperity to put in regional investment plans, but that wasn't the case in the Forth Valley. The UK Shared Prosperity Fund and European funding previously were more focused around revenue funding. The local growth fund is in general 70% capital and 30% revenue, whereas the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which came the previous 4 years, as I mentioned, that was the opposite. It was 30% capital in rough terms and 70% on revenue. So there has been a change in terms of the management of the investment plan on a regional basis, and the focus more on capital investment as well.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. First question is, how is decision making going to operate on this, given that the fund has not been given to a local authority where we have structures in place, but has been given to the region where we do not have a structure? How will decision making operate, and how will democratic accountability be ensured?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks, Councillor Hannah. So Yes, you're correct. It's regional funding, so it's covering the 3 council areas, including Stirling Council and Clackmannanshire Council. The other 4 areas in Scotland, regions that have received this, all have regional partnerships or joint committees in place. Forth Valley's the outlier in that it doesn't have a regional partnership or regional economic partnership structure yet in place. So the report before you today is also tabled at the full council meetings of Stirling Council and Clackmannanshire Councils. I have just had word that Stirling has approved their version of the report. So the UK government recognise that Forth Valley is in a unique position, so they have accepted that the first decision will be at the 3 council areas to approve the investment plan as before members today. The recommendation of the report also states that, or the recommendation that the Chief Exec works with Chief Execs in Stirling and Clackmannanshire to develop proposals around the regional partnership structure, which will include governance arrangements for the delivery of the local growth fund and return in October to full council with those proposals. The ongoing governance and decision-making structure around change control requests, etc., would be the regional partnership, and there would be representation on that, not getting ahead of that process, but normally in regional partnerships it's the local authorities, the health board representatives, community organisation, businesses, further and higher education establishments, etc., and other community representatives. So that's the proposal. The Falkirk Councils, the paper notes as well, would be the lead local authority on this and undertake all the audit requirements and delivery requirements, ensuring due diligence over the scheme. So Falkirk would take that lead role. But as I mentioned, the ultimate decision making would be proposed to be that regional partnership, which we would bring back in October.
Thank you. And leading on from that question, how will projects be prioritised by this process, given that there may well be a demand that exceeds the available funding? How will projects be prioritised throughout the 3 local authority areas?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So, Councillor Hannah, as the funding is regional funding, we need to demonstrate that projects will have regional impact. So it's not necessarily about projects being delivered in Falkirk and Stirling and Clackmannanshire separately. So the example of a regional business grant scheme, which is in the proposed investment plan, that would be a Forth Valley business grant scheme. So the 3 council areas, the business gateway services within those areas would work together and with their individual businesses to support a grant scheme, but it would be a Forth Valley wide one rather than being in the individual areas. The main objectives of the scheme are around driving economic growth and also real disposable household income. So any priority around investment in capital revenue projects would need to demonstrate alignment with those 2 main objectives.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thanks. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. It states 9.6 million over the 3 areas. We await to see projects come forward, but many promises have been made, and as Mr. Benny says, all areas will be treated equally and listed other promises that's been made. Has any start been made on any of them? And if not, can you tell us the dates they will start?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So, Councillor Spears, the investment plan does outline some projects for year 1. So an increase to Forth Valley business advice, so an increase in resource to the business gateway team across the region, increased expert help programmes, that's expert help to local businesses. The Forth Valley Business and Social Enterprise Grant Scheme, as I mentioned in response to Councillor Hannah's question, the Regional Skills Programme, there is a Regional Skills Development Action Plan that Skills Development Scotland produced with regional partners, so there would be investment in roles to support delivery of skills for those most in need and furthest from the employment market. We're also proposing 2 capital funds around Housing Enablement Fund and a Forth Valley Infrastructure Enablement Fund around active travel and commercial property and land. And as lead local authority, the council has submitted a suggestion for admin support to be able to deliver the scheme in its role as lead local authority. So while they are year one projects, Councillor Spears, they would be proposed to continue into year 2 and 3, but it would be the decision-making body, the regional structure, that would agree that on an ongoing basis once confirmed. So they aren't specific to any particular area within Falkirk, not specific to any specific area within the region either, but they are regional impact projects that are being proposed.
As we're aware, the skills base has greatly eroded over the last year in the area, and while I love to see training going ahead, training isn't working on particular projects, it's training in the college. I think we're in for a very difficult time with the erosion of the skills base locally.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Go to Councillor Meikle-John. Oh, sorry, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report provides Council with an update on the new Local Growth Fund, which provides the Forth Valley with just over £9.8 million of investment over the next 3 years. Taking the lead local authority role, Falkirk Council will work with Clickmanshire and Stirling councils and other key partners across the region to deliver projects designed to stimulate regional economic growth and improve living standards. The investment plan will also be considered today by the full meetings of Clickmanshire Council and Stirling Council, and it's my understanding that Stirling have just agreed this. If all three councils approve, the investment plan will be submitted to UK Government for final approval. As the Forth Valley does not yet have a formal regional partnership in place, as other areas in receipt of this funding do, a further report will come back to Council in October, outlining proposals to establish a regional partnership with governance arrangements for the Local Growth Fund. I'm pleased to support the recommendation of this report and welcome this investment in the Forth Valley. I would like to thank our officers in Falkirk and also Clickmanshire and Stirling for developing the investment plan proposals. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you. You have a second there? Councillor Meikle-John.
Happy to second.
Councillor Hannah.
I have no further comment. Look forward to receiving further reports about progress.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
We note the report and the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Spears.
What we need to see is progress, not promises. We look forward to when that work actually starts happening, because what's desperately needed is action.
Any other independent councillors? Okay. Councillor Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Now, just a general question. Do you want to break for lunch now, or do you want to carry on a bit?
No. No.
Right, we'll continue. Right, on to item 9. On the bridge transport issues, the stag appraisal update. The report is taken as read. There has been an amendment submitted, so there will be a debate. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you. It was like Paul get himself settled. I've got a couple of questions, and it relates in a wee bit to the motion, which has been obviously circulated. It notes that the report that Transport Scotland does not support the case for change. Are officers of the view that there's merit in progressing a stag report at this time on the basis that there's no case for change being made?
Deputy Provost, thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. Whilst technically we could progress with the wider stag, this would be against the reality that Transport Scotland are of the view that there is not a compelling case for change. And this view is recognised by officers in the report. The investment in a wider stag appraisal would not therefore be prudent use of funding or officer time, given that there is little prospect that any findings from that wider research would actually progress anything any further without the support of Transport Scotland.
My other question would then be around the figures that are quoted in the motion of 250,000 to 300,000 of expenditure. Would this represent best value given there's a limited prospect of success of the stag?
Convener, again, thanks to Councillor Meikle-John for raising that. I think it is an important point that there is very little prospect of us getting the support of Transport Scotland in the current circumstances, and therefore this would not represent value for money in terms of progressing that wider appraisal.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Last week at the Executive, we did actually agree that we would go forward with a second case for change in relation to the transport arrangements for Grangemouth. Could you just say a little more about why the situation for this particular one, you take a different point of view?
Deputy Provost, and thanks to Councillor Hannah for the question. I think there is notable differences between the two settlements. We have seen in Grangemouth substantial change, particularly now we have our fourth green freeport, which is projected to triple the container and freight movements, a lot of which is road-based and rail-based, so two different forms of transport. We have a chemical cluster strategy which has been approved by Scottish Enterprise, Scottish Government and GFIB, which looks at increasing and transitioning huge areas of land in Grangemouth. We have the fourth green freeport delivering substantial projects. We have a town centre master plan which is going to look to increase town centre living and urban living. We do not have those levels of change in Bonnybridge or in the Bonnybridge area, and that's why we've highlighted within the report that should circumstances change in the future, there may be an opportunity for us to come back and revisit the case for change, particularly with the emerging local plan, and land has continued to be secured through the past local plan and is proposed to be continued to be secured in the new local plan for something such as a railway station. I would point out, however, that stag appraisals and transport assessments are not solely focused on railway stations. I think in Grangemouth there is 29 different interventions that have been identified, only one of which could potentially be a railway station at a future date, and they're all relying on their very own business cases. So that is the difference in comparison between Bonnybridge and Grangemouth in terms of that case for change.
Thank you for that. In that answer, you've also answered my second question, which was about whether the door was closed. But you've clearly answered that the door is not closed for a case for change coming at a later date. So my other question was about the proposal for a working group. Are there any other examples of situations where we've done this, and how would that kind of arrangement be seen to work? I'm not aware of that having happened in any other project.
I'm not aware of that scenario either, not in something as specific as a transport appraisal. I mean, we're aware of wider political groups and working groups that have occurred where there has been major issues, such as closure of the refinery, where there's been short-term working groups involving political representation at different levels, but certainly nothing formal in relation to something as focused as this.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Has the Transport Scotland's ecological reasons standing changed since the Chancellor has said that she will tax people who use their cars over 10,000 miles per year. This clearly calls why we need stag reports for both Bonnybridge and Grangemouth.
Deputy Provost, and thanks to Councillor Spears, we're not aware of any changes being suggested to the approach being adopted by Transport Scotland, or indeed their position. And the latest correspondence from them on the 5th of June continues to be that there is not a compelling case for change for us to progress with any stag appraisal.
Well, I would suggest maybe Transport Scotland's got it wrong. Grangemouth, especially being one of the biggest towns without a station, and with the future taxes that have been promised by the present Labour government in Westminster, it's going to be especially difficult
Question,
for people
please, Mr.
to get
Spears.
to their work.
Councillor Spears.
Could we have it clarified in relation to the work in Grangemouth? I appreciate we're talking about Bonnybridge, but I just think that perhaps Councillor Spears is misrepresenting what was decided around Grangemouth.
Okay, yeah, I can have a wee clarification, Paul.
Deputy Provost, and thanks to Councillor Meiklejohn for seeking the clarification. On Grangemouth, we have agreed to progress with the case for change, the updated case for change, as we mentioned at Executive last week, and we are now seeking funding from various sources, including Scottish Government, Fourth Green Freeport, Tax Increment Finance, failing which we would look to secure the funding through the Greener Grangemouth programme as a last resort, and that's where we currently are. But there is an intention to progress the case for change consultation and the further analysis that's been requested by Transport Scotland for that.
Okay, thanks. All right, Mr. Benny. Benny.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point, as director, I would like to see clarity from council today, because to an extent, I think this is either the third or fourth report that has been brought during my time on this particular issue, and I am concerned about the allocation of resources within my service to continue to prosecute a matter which does not appear to have the substance to achieve the outcomes that are desired, because we're currently discussing the prospect of progressing a stag, but the actual pertinent point within the motion relates to a train station. A train station would be a very far-reaching end of a stag. So we can't get at the moment over the first hurdle with Transport for Scotland, which is to even progress. And I'm concerned that the matter moves to a working group or similar, which continues to use officer resources on an item where there aren't significant evidence of change. And if a train station is something which elected members ultimately do seek, then a cursory review of kind of recent decisions relating to train stations would indicate that you need population sizes of between 8,000 and 12,000 to support such an intervention. And right now, the Bonnybridge and High Bonnybridge area is in the 5,000 zone. So some way short, and there's no evidence that, population growth is looking to increase even to 8,000 over the coming 5 to 10 years. So I want to be clear that whilst my colleague Mr. Kettrick makes the point that we would revisit this should circumstances change, I don't want that to leave elected members in any sort of sense that that would be something that might change in the next 12 months or even 2 years. That this would be something I would say could be looked again in a new council at some point in the future, but there isn't a line that will change anytime significantly in the next 12 months. Thank you for allowing me to make that point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
I must thank the director. That's the most conclusive answer we've had to the concerns. I know Grangemouth, there seems to be a sticking point with the finance for it. It's stuck at £20,000 and we're still awaiting progress on it. But we need to seriously look. I think everybody might be suffering a bit from the heat today on the ecological part. And we need to try and push this forward as soon as possible. We've been told now, I know myself, for about 20 years. I'm congratulating him for answering his question to me. That's good, and I would imagine as a Grangemouth member you want to see it progress.
It's questions at this point.
Okay.
Ask a
Can
question.
you give us a date when any of these will progress? You're saying the next council, the next administration. There maybe be a bigger drive then, and I agree with you.
Councillor Spear still seems to be speaking about Grangemouth when the report's about.
No, I'm speaking about Bonnybridge as well.
Mr. Kettrick.
Deputy Provost, as highlighted by Mr. Benny, the Director, there is no substantial changes that are likely to occur in the near future in Bonnybridge. Colleagues in transport planning and in planning, and indeed in my service, are well aware that where material changes are emerging, and one of those could be the new local development plan, that where these issues do occur, we will then look to progress whether or not there is a compelling case for change, and then we would look to action that at that stage. As we have seen in Grangemouth, the amount of change that has occurred over the past years has clearly demonstrated there is a compelling case for change. We have made that case to Transport Scotland. They have come back and said you need to clarify some more your basis for that, and that was the purpose of our report last week. So we can't give timescales for Bonnybridge because there is no prospect at the moment of being substantial changes, but there may be triggers for that in the future, and we would look to review those at those times. In relation to Grangemouth, as we've highlighted in the report last week, we will go seek funding from other sources, and then we will look, if we're successful, at progressing with the case for change update. If we're not successful in securing that other funding, we will look to secure that funding from Greener Grangemouth. And then if we are successful in securing that funding from that source or other sources, we would then look to progress the case for change. But until we have definitive timescales in relation to the funding, we wouldn't be able to provide any definitive timescales for completing that case for change process. What we have said is that we would report back to elected members once Transport Scotland had accepted that case for change from us, and we had much more certainty on timescales, and that's what will be included in the role and action log.
Sir Benny.
Can I just make one brief point about the Grangemouth decision from last week, which is that will involve us interacting with the Scottish Government. That will take some time, so I want to manage elected members' expectations. I don't want to see this become a running narrative. Clearly, we're about to move into a recess period. We will need to write to the Scottish Government. We will need to allow them the time to consider the request that we make. It's likely that they will seek some further information. It's likely that we'll need to go back with some further information. That will take some time. So be in no doubt, my officers will be moving as swiftly as we can, but we also need to allow partners the time to consider the matters that we present to them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can hear you, okay.
Continue.
Perfect, thank you. What would the costs of continuing at this stage be? We've tried to find them in the report, but have we got any ideas of what cost we're talking about?
Okay.
A case for change assessment is generally, anywhere between £75,000 and £100,000. I think the Grangemouth one is estimated at about £75,000. The wider stag appraisal, though, could be several £100,000, depending on the size of the settlement and the number of interventions that are to be looked at. I think the motion that's provided has provided an indication what we understand that cost to be so far.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
The other question I was wanting to ask, obviously we're talking about how the stag's not just about a train station, it's about other transport issues, and Bonnie Bridges get a lot of transport issues that, get the speed bumps at Castle Carey, Labbert Road's a bit of a nightmare as well, with parked cars and things. Was there any other things identified that could be improved, and will we be progressing the things that potentially could be improved?
I think, as we highlighted in the previous report, there had been a number of interventions, particularly around about Bonnie Bridge. There was traffic calming, there was works obviously undertaken in the town centre. Colleagues from transport planning and indeed from my service would be happy to consider any views that come forward, and we're happy to investigate any local issues that there may be that occurs, but there's certainly nothing that we're aware of that would give rise to anything that would represent a substantial change to represent that change control. And clearly, if there is anything, we would pick those up through roads colleagues at local level.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
So you go first.
So I take it that means there's nothing really at this stage has actually been progressed out it, which is kind of disappointing. The other kind of question I had, it was following Mr. Denny's points about I think we're saying we need £8,000 to £12,000 before Transport Scotland will even consider us for a train station, which seems sort of disappointing. We're a big area, but I'm thinking, as transport's obviously a joined up thing. If you had a train station in Bonnie Bridge, you'd have people from maybe Denny, Hags, surrounding areas coming in to use it. Would it potentially be better looking at maybe a Falkirk West stag rather than solely a Bonnie Bridge stag? Because if you look at Falkirk West compared to Falkirk East, we've got a lot less train stations and public transport. Is that a way to maybe look at getting a train station? And I'd like it to be in Bonnie Bridge, but maybe they might say, well, Denny's more suited to a train station, or Hags or whatever. Would that be a more potential better way to actually deliver a train station within the local area?
Mr. Ketrick.
Deputy Provost, and thanks to Councillor Redmond for the question. I think we already have people travelling within a 5 to 7 mile radius to several stations, and again, it really comes down to the case for change and the compelling case for change. What is changing in the Bonnie Bridge area, or indeed the Falkirk West area, that would be compelling to take to make that case to Transport Scotland that there would need to be a greater focus on major transport interventions. And at the moment, we don't see that, and neither do Transport Scotland.
Okay. Councillor Redmond,
I've got opinions on that, but I'll leave that for the debate.
Okay. Any other questions from members? Bill Buchanan.
No, I'm just waiting to move my amendment, Deputy Provost, whenever suitable. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. We'll go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Garner.
Thank you. This report follows the request of the Executive in June last year to provide an update on Bonnie Bridge transport issues and the potential for a stag case for change. In particular, the request was to engage with Transport Scotland and the Scottish Government. This report provides the update requested and highlights that Transport Scotland continue to be of the view that there is no case for change to be made. This view is on the basis that there has been no material change of circumstances in Bonnie Bridge, which we've heard about in depth. It should be noted that the stag process is not specific to any form of transport intervention, such as a railway station. and considers all forms of transport infrastructure options. Officers consider that there is currently nothing to warrant progressing a case for change and are unaware of any projects where a case for change had not been supported by Transport Scotland that has then resulted in the delivery of new major transport infrastructure, such as a new station. The recommendation from officers, therefore, is that we do not progress further with a case for change or, and certainly not, the more comprehensive stag process as sought in the motion. Indeed, I would have concerns progressing with this substantial expenditure proposed, which, as officers advised, would not present value for money. I would like to thank Councillor Buchanan, Councillor Colley and Deacon for pushing for this case for change for many years. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Meikle-John, thank you. Okay. Bailey Buchanan.
Okay. Can you hear me okay, Deputy Convener?
Yes.
Deputy Provost. Apologies. First of all, could I say at this early stage that I'm delighted to see that we have Councillor Robertson back on board. He's had a hard time through health, and I'm sure we all wish him a speedy recovery. Could also say at this stage, I'm delighted that Councillor Bowes is continuing his role within Falkirk Council. Deputy Provost, I could speak for Scotland on the railway station, having supported this railway station along with every member overwhelmingly for over 30 years, and also our last MSP Michael Matheson, who continued to support it, and even in his role in the Transport Minister. So one of the problems we have now is that we have over the past 2 or 3 years a number of new councillors and who don't and have never been involved in this community, and that's what it is. It's a community drive to bring this station back. People don't know that at one stage Bonnybridge had 4 railway stations. Unbelievable. And when I left school, I travelled to Glasgow every day from Greenhill Station and worked in an office in Glasgow. When Beechin closed down Greenhill Railway Station, then I had another walk for a mile to go to High Bonnybridge Station until it was closed down as well. Now, I'm a wee bit concerned with some of the comments that have been made in terms of the officers, and I'm going to address that in a minute. But first of all, because I know that time is moving on, I did a Bonnybridge transport issues, the appraisal update, and I've written this down to make sure that I'm not going to just drag on and drag on. Paragraph 410 of the report states there has been no material change of circumstances in the Bonnybridge area, and that's been highlighted by officers this morning. Officers consider that there is nothing to warrant a submission of a case for change to Transport Scotland. The officer's recommendation, therefore, is that to progress with further expenditure on appraisals would not represent value for money. The report at paragraph 4.11 states that the Emerging Local Development Plan, LDP3, has not indicated any major change in the Bonnybridge area from the currently adopted Local Development Plan, LDP2. Bonnybridge is unlikely to be considered as a candidate for major development growth, and therefore it is not anticipated that significant changes to the transport network will be necessary at this time. Now, I have read this report submitted by the Director of Police Services and totally disagree with the conclusion and final recommendations. Since becoming a councillor in 1992, I have constantly promoted the reopening of a railway station in Bonnybridge over the years. This proposal has been supported by all political groups, especially at election times. And more importantly, it has been supported by the community, with so many petitions that have been signed over the years, and officers, thank you very much, working to advance it. You may remember just 2 years ago when it suddenly, after 30 years, it dropped out of sight at the budget presentation. Those who strongly over the years had supported it, most of them were gone. Now, we speak, and our officers have spoke this morning about no change in the growth area. But just outside Bonnybridge at the minute, 500 metres, they've started a new development of 500 houses, just a 2-minute walk from the sign that says Bonnybridge. And around another 500 have been built 1.5 miles along the road at Banknock. Now that brings the total we have at the moment. I think Mr. Benny had said about 4,000. We've got 7,000 people around in Bonnybridge. Now, the new Councillor Redmond hit the nail on the head when he said that it'll not just be people from Bonnybridge area, it'll be other people with Denley Head and Banknock that will come and use this station. And that takes the new developments that's going on in Denley Head and Banknock. That'll bring about at least 4,000 individuals who will see a railway station at Bonnybridge, an ideal form of transport for work, rest and play. Why this major growth area has not been included in this report is incredulous. And I'm going to move the following amendment, because quite clearly there was a highlight from officers on the fact that there was no change. There is a significant change. The significant change is that we're going to have in that area between 14 and 20,000 people that could utilise the new railway station at Bonnybridge. Now, people from Bonnybridge and Banknock and other areas go to Croy Station because it's easier to get to. It's simple. It's just up the motorway, but it's 4 miles. So I'm quite sure that the people, not just in Bonnybridge, obviously Bonnybridge, but also the people in the new schemes, the new developments in Denley Head and Banknock would utilise this. So my amendment, as I'm proposing just now, and I'll read it out. Council agrees to proceed with the next stage of the stag appraisal in relation to the Bonnybridge railway station. Proposal noting the non-recurring cost between 250 and 300,000, and that local MSPs and MPs are kept updated in the proposal, because it's important, and we're very fortunate we have got, although he's not in a capacity as an MSP, we have got a local councillor who is an MSP, and he'll be getting contacted in the near future to ensure that he will be fully supporting, as his group has supported for over 30 years for this new station. That a members' working group consisting of 1 member from each of the main groups and 1 member from the Independence Reform UK is established to provide oversight of the process. Now, the question was asked, why set a group up? Setting a group up is imperative. The group needs to be set up by elected members to ensure that we keep a focus on what this is, the best proposal for Bonnybridge since the Romans left here. And that a report is presented to Council at the conclusion of the process. Deputy Provost, I would like to thank you members for the rest, and say to the members that have also supported this, we've already had Councillor Colley and Councillor Deacon, who are members of the Bonnybridge regenerating and bringing the railway station back. Obviously, they had to declare an interest. We've had Councillor Jack Redmond, who's been very supportive of it. And we got our photographs taken with Ewan Steinbank, who's very supportive, the MP as well, just last year at the site of the railway station. If you look at the report, it will tell you quite clearly that the site for the railway station is still being held. What I'm saying is I would like to thank you very much, Deputy Convener. What I would like to say, Deputy Provost, what I would like to say is that there has been a focus for over 30 years on supporting this railway station by everybody. And at the end of the day, it's no political, and it's been supported by the community. And I'm sure that the people that's moving into Denley Head and Banknock will be supporting it. And I would ask members, and I would ask, if possible, if Councillor Redmond, other councillor for Bonnybridge, could second my amendment. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanking you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor McCabe.
I was waiting to see if Councillor Redmond wanted to come in there to accept Councillor Bailey Buchanan's offer. I'm more than happy to.
I'll wait you. So every time I'm hitting a mute, it's muting or unmuting. I really want to second Councillor Buchanan's motion, but I think after we had a discussion with the group, it makes total sense. But it seems, Bonnybridge needs a railway station. Really, you look at all the transport issues we're faced with, higher and higher levels of house building. We've got more and more cars on the road. When I look at my street, when I first moved into that years and years ago, was maybe 2 cars a house. Now you've got 3, 4 and 5 cars a house. We've got a climate emergency. We're supposed to be wanting to move people away from using their own private transport into using public transport. I just can't see why we wouldn't have a train station in Bonnybridge. It's probably one of the biggest areas without a train station. But I suppose one of the things we were discussing at the group was the barrier here doesn't seem to be the council. The barrier here seems to be that Transport Scotland have just dug their heels in, and they just do not want to entertain that Bonnybridge would ever get a train station. We've been pushing this for years and years, and Councillor Buchanan's been fantastic. He's been, the driving force behind this for a long, long time. But I feel like we're banging our head off a brick wall here with Transport Scotland, and we've spent a lot of money, which potentially could have went into other projects, could have went into along the Canal Road, making that safer, putting a safer barrier up there. Potentially there's work to be done at Larbert Road. I don't know how we solve the issues there. I really want to support this motion, but I just feel like the council's going to put more and more money in, and we're going to get the same answer out of Transport Scotland. So I had a big debate about it at the group, but we've decided that unfortunately we can't support the motion. I mean, we support the spirit of the motion, but we need to tackle this a different way, because the council just constantly spending money on stag reports, and Transport Scotland keeping the same stance, no change in their minds.
Councillor Redmond, are you seconding this or not?
No, I'm explaining why I can't second it.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. More than happy to support Bailey Buchanan's amendment here. I've listened to some of the stuff that's been mentioned about there being no significant change to conditions, no material change, apparently not being visible. Bailey Buchanan said it. That's just not true. That's just not accurate. Just off the top of my head, while we've been sitting here listening to Bailey Buchanan, the Allendale Road, that becomes a rat run anytime we have an M8 closure. Denny Glasgow Road, I stay on Glasgow Road. Anytime we have an issue at all within the motorway, all of these diverted cars run past my front door. We've got 600 houses currently being built at Denny on Head, which has a Bonnybridge postcode. Bailey Buchanan alluded to development in Banknock, 200 and so houses. There's an additional 150, 200 houses at the Avant estate on the Denny Eastern Access Road. There's 225 new houses, a new house development in Broad Street, just at the last roundabout at the junction of Deer Road again. All of these are within 2 to 3 miles of Bonnybridge. So off the top of my head, there's 8,000, probably 1,200 houses, new houses. We don't have any great investment in our road network, so therefore I'm more than happy to support Bailey Buchanan and second his amendment. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. Okay, we're just going to debate now. Anybody got anything to say? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I think there's a couple of things. Stag's not purely about a railway station. And at the moment, what we've got is we've not got enough evidence to be able to meet the criteria set by Transport Scotland. Now, while we can debate whether or not they're right, wrong, or otherwise, we have an example of where they have supported to an extent that we're doing more work in Grangemouth. So if we don't comply with their rules, so to speak, then we're not going to get any money from them. So at this stage, and it's not to say this will be for never, looking at a snag for Bonnybridge. At this stage, there is just not the evidence to be able to support moving to the next stage, and therefore committing funding of the levels that we're talking about to be able to do that. So I think and we've exhausted this over the years. I mean, I've been in council nearly 20 years, and I've been aware of this coming forward. And there has been work done to actually try and gain that evidence, but it's just not there to be able to support it. So I think that at this stage, then we can't really move forward with it. It's not to say that that will be forever, but in 5 years' time, we might be in a different position. There might be more development within the area planned. And we will be able in a better position to be able to make a case.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. My heart goes out to Councillor Redmond, who's torn on this one. And I do understand that. I think we're all a bit torn on it, given that all parties have supported the idea in the past of railway station for Bonnybridge. But I think, as has been demonstrated, and council officers have done a huge amount of work to try to promote a case for change. But in the absence of evidence, I'm not averse to tilting at windmills sometimes, but it does seem to me that at this stage, it's not advisable for us to pursue a route where we spend a great deal of money with the fairly certain result that it will take things no further forward. I'm pleased that our officers have said that they will keep it under review. They will look at this again if circumstances change. So as Councillor Meikle-John has said, it's not off the table. It's just we're not going to pursue it. We're not willing to vote to pursue it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Buchanan, you've already spoken.
Just through your good self, Deputy Provost, is it possible to ask a question of an officer in relation to the summary that he gave?
If it's a very quick question.
Yes, thank you, because it's really important. The main crux of the refusal of officers has been because of the Scottish government. The fact is that during the summary that took place by the two officers involved, this is what was said, and this is why I'm.
Do you have a question?
Yes, the question was that Mr. Kettrick and Mr. Benny, they said that there were no population growth, no substantial change, and no prospect of substantial change. Now, after is it possible for Mr. Kettrick or Mr. Benny to tell me if that's what they put in the report to the government in relation to this? Because it's no factual. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, Mr. Kettrick.
Deputy Provost, I'm unclear as to what correspondence Bailey Buchanan's referring to, certainly from myself in relation to this, or our director, Mr. Benny. The previous case for change, just to be clear, that was submitted included all developments that were in LDP2, including those that are currently under construction. And the feedback from Transport Scotland was quite clear. There was not a compelling case for change, even including those sites that are now being mentioned as being under development. They were included. And in terms of LDP3, we do not have an LDP3 yet. There is only emerging proposals, and we're not aware of anything again that is likely to be substantive to do that. So I'm definitely not sure about the correspondence that Bailey Buchanan is referring to, and I'd happy to be indulged on that.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Carner.
Apologies, Deputy Provost. I was just looking something up regarding distances to stations currently. Yeah, I'm hearing what people are saying here, and I was supportive of the Bonnybridge reinstatement, as I would be if there was one for Denny, for instance, and I probably will be for the one for Grangemouth. But I'm a realist as well, and without the support of Transport Scotland, this isn't really going anywhere just now. But as we've heard from officers, that may change in the future, and it can be revisited. So with that, thank you, Deputy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And the motion, which consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, is moved by Councillor Garner, seconded by Councillor Meiklejohn, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Bailey Buchanan and seconded by Councillor McCabe. Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Robertson, you may be on mute. No response. Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost, there are 17 votes for the motion. There are 6 votes for the amendment. There was 1 abstention. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll break for lunch now, if everybody can be back in their seats for 1:30.
Thanks to the chair. Yeah. Want to go a walk?
Good afternoon, folks. We'll just move on to item 10, Treasury Management Strategy. The report is taken as read. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Robertson.
Provost, thank you. Provost, I'm sorry, I've got some technical difficulties here. You'll notice me going offline periodically. I'm having experiences with some problems up here. I'm fixing stuff in the street, so forgive me if I'm being missing for some of the items.
Okay, thank you, noted. Do you have any questions? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I was just going to ask Mrs Templeman a wee bit about how critical our Treasury management strategy is, particularly in being able to manage the Council's finances and free up sort of capital funding that allows us to invest in our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. So I think as we kind of talk about regularly with Treasury management, it's that balancing act between trying to make sure that what we're doing is prudent, sustainable and affordable, but that we're also sort of driving forward improvements and trying to deliver the council plan priorities and be ambitious for our area. And so the Treasury management strategy is really a kind of litmus test of that, because there's a various indicators in there that would start to flag if we had an issue, and we would see it sort of coming through there because it looks longer term. So it looks at the indicators in 5 years' time to tell us whether we're starting to see problems emerge. Now, for our Treasury management strategy, what we're seeing is aligned to what we've talked about in the financial strategy, which is that we are trying to reduce our debt over time. And so there's a table that talks about our capital financing requirement, which is our underlying need to borrow. And we can see that reducing over the period. So that's aligned with our financial strategy, which is about trying to reduce that debt. The challenge is that, debt's expensive to service. And servicing it can be quite volatile and can be difficult to project. So we do a lot of work to try and make sure that we're borrowing at the most efficient rates that we can. Caroline, the Capital and Treasury Manager, does a lot of analysis to look at borrowing lengths of time and borrowing rates, and really tries to make sure that we're taking a prudent approach, but ensure that there's enough cash flow for the council. So I don't know if I'm quite answering your question, but I suppose Treasury management is hugely important to make sure there's enough cash to pay the wages, to pay the bills, and also to look at those longer term ambitions for the area and really support delivery of that. And so the Treasury management is where that affordability, prudence is balanced with those ambitions, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Do you, at the moment, I'm assuming just because of the volatility of the financial markets, we are still in the mode of having to just rely on short-term borrowing. Do you envisage in the relatively near future where that might change, or do you think that's going to be a continuing for the next few years?
So we are still relying on short-term borrowing, and so in paragraph 4.50 of the report, we are increasing, we're recommending, an increase to the upper limit in terms of the percentage of our borrowing, which is done at that shorter term level, because that is still cheapest. And to be honest, it's been that way for a long time now. The challenge with that is there's a danger it becomes unsustainable, and there's a danger that we become more open to interest rate risk if we've got a lot of short-term borrowing maturing and we need to replace it at a point when the interest rates have suddenly spiked up. That's a risk for us. So that's the type of thing that we're trying to manage. So we may be in a position where, to try and manage that risk a little bit better, we do a little bit more long-term borrowing. And in fact, there's some
meeting set up next week to look at the borrowing plans for 26-27. But I think from the advice that we get from our treasury management advisors and things, short-term borrowing looks like it's going to be the cheaper option for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. You make reference in the report to the requirement to ensure that those with responsibility for Treasury management get adequate training. And you make reference to the fact that there was training provided in March 2024. I wonder if you could say a bit more about the training that has been provided and how adequate you think that is, because this is a very complex report, a very complex issue.
Thank you. I think that's a valid point. So we did do a sort of more in-depth training session, which I think, if I recall correctly, involved our Treasury management advisors. And we also obviously would be looking at this area as part of the induction following local government elections next year. But I think if members felt it would be helpful to have sort of periodic refresher courses before the strategy or indeed the monitoring reports are brought to executive, that's certainly something that we could consider building into the programme going forward.
I think a lot of us would appreciate consideration given to that. You know me in briefings and training, always looking for more, and I recognise that gives extra burdens to officers, but it is a really important area.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
Ask your indulgence before I ask my question. We're talking about what we borrow, but what's the percentage or what figure are we sitting at what people owe us at present?
Apologies, Councillor Spears, I don't have that information to hand at the moment, but I can find out for you and come back to you.
Well, as everybody in every household struggles for self-sufficiency, is there a huge, or is it small, outlying debt for, say, council tax or rents, etc.?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Provost. Because that's not the subject of this report, we don't have that information, but we'll certainly provide that to you. It would be other teams who will have that information and will collate that. Thank you.
I know there's problems trying to get sheriff warrants, etc., and assignatories, I think it's called, where Chief Executive and the leader of the administration have to sign for get debt.
Do you have a question, Councillor Spears?
That is it. Is there a problem? Do you want me to repeat it for you?
No. Do you have another question?
I've just asked it.
Right. Karen.
Deputy Provost, as I've said, we will get that information and send it on to Councillor Spears. We haven't got it because it's not the subject of this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nobody. Right, okay. We'll go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Council's Treasury Management Strategy sets out how we'll manage the financial resources responsibly, prudently, in the best interests of our communities. Treasury management is fundamental to maintaining the financial stability of the Council, ensuring that we can continue to deliver essential services, invest in our priorities and protect public funds. Strategy has been developed in line with CITFA code of practice and reflects key principles of security, liquidity and yield in order of priority. First and foremost, the safeguarding the Council's funds remain our top priority, and will continue to work with approved high-quality financial institutions to operate within the strict parameters. And that's really around our borrowing. Secondly, we must ensure that the council has access to cash when needed to meet its obligations, whether that's paying staff, funding services or responding to unforeseen pressures. Careful cash flow management remains a key element of the strategy. Only after these priorities can we consider what is reasonable return on our investments without exposing the council to unnecessary risk. Strategy also reflects the wider financial context in which we're operating, continue to face uncertainty in interest rates, inflationary pressures and ongoing demands on public finances. Therefore, flexibility and prudence is essential, which demonstrates the need for contingency reserves. Borrowing should only be undertaken where it's affordable, sustainable and aligned with the capital plan, and the need to continue to monitor market conditions closely in order to seek the most cost-effective options available. Ultimately, the Treasury Management Strategy underpins our wider financial planning and ensures that we're managing public money with care, diligence and responsibility, protecting the Council's financial position now and for the future. I'd just like to take time to thank officers for the work in preparing the robust and balanced strategy, and would seek agreement of the Treasury Management Strategy by Council.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bowes.
Happy to second the Leader of the Council.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you to officers for this very hard work, and sorry for asking for more training. No further comment.
Councillor Flynn.
No further comment, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Borrowing is always a concern for everybody that's involved. I look forward to getting the answer back to some of the questions I raised earlier.
Thank you. Any other independent councillors? Okay, has council agreed? Thank you.
Great.
Right, we'll move on to item 11, United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Progress Report 24 to 26. Before the report is taken as read, there's no amendments, there'll be no debate. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Sinclair.
Deputy Provost, I'm not sure if Councillor Murtagh had her hand up online before I put my light on.
All right.
I'm happy to defer to Councillor Murtagh if she's
Okay,
to ask
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks. I have no idea who was first. I'll let you decide, Deputy Provost. I do have some questions. I'd ask your indulgence. I do have an absolutely stonking migraine today, so I'm going to try really hard to just keep this on the level. My questions are mainly about embedding, as is mentioned throughout the report, and there's various very good examples of good practice, but in terms of the embedding of children's rights and the acknowledgement that some groups of children are harder to reach than others and we need to do more, can I ask officers what they're doing to not just reach those groups of children, but those children who, as most don't join in, as it were, all children who are maybe not as heard and involved in decision making as they could be at the moment.
So thank you, Deputy Provost. If I could maybe come in first and maybe joined by other colleagues, particularly Deborah from Education Services in relation to work in schools, and I'm also joined by our Equalities and Human Rights Officer, Farah Farzana, who's had a really key role in compiling this, I think, really helpful report. And Farah may wish to add into the answer as well. So firstly, I suppose there's the question of oversight of our activity. So the Council does have an Equality and Human Rights Working Group, and it's had a children's rights subgroup reporting into that oversight group as well. And that just creates an opportunity, I think, for officers to come together to oversee our work within this area more generally. And it is a question that's discussed of how do we reach the more hard to reach groups, I think, as Councillor Murtagh properly identifies. And that is one of the actions, I think, to help make things better over the next 3 years. So this report looks both ways. It both looks back to what have we done since the Act came into force and what do we need to do to further carry out our duties under the Incorporation Act. So these are matters that are within the sight of officers. We haven't lost sight of that at all. It is one of the key considerations. I think one of the most important examples of areas in practice, though, will be within schools and the work of rights respecting schools, and it's maybe helpful to bring in Ms Davidson at that point.
Okay, Ms Davidson.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Murtagh. And I think it is really important that education are central to this, because we know we are the universal service that see children and young people on a daily basis. And as a service, we are fully committed to ensuring children's rights are prioritised across everything we do. I think it's important to note we know that children and young people engage best with the staff and the adults they know best and have a good relationship with, and therefore the main vehicle for realising children's rights and hearing their voice and engagement would be with our schools and centres. So with all our establishments, staff show a strong commitment to realising children's rights, and that's demonstrated through the work that's taking place every day, and that would be for all children and young people, but I will come on further to speak about specific groups. So key areas would include effective learning and teaching and relating that to the UNCRC and relevant articles, the curriculum that's being developed and delivered to ensure there's both implicit and explicit references to rights, the development of vision and values with our children and young people, ensuring genuine engagement of children and young people, and really trying to ensure they influence decision making and self-evaluation of the work of the schools and centres and improvement priorities, and leadership opportunities, pupil and children leadership opportunities that impact on the wider life of the school and their involvement. Mr Moody mentioned there, in order to validate the work taking place, we engage both strategically and operationally with UNICEF to deliver the programme of rights respecting schools, which is a structured accreditation scheme that externally validates and endorses the work that we do and taking place across our schools. At this point, every school is registered within the scheme, and we have over 50% of schools who have already achieved their gold status and nearly 50% who have achieved their silver. Now, once they reach this stage, they can be re-accredited, so there's no need to stop doing the work. We expect that to continue. And what we need to do better is share good practice across all our schools and centres, so we're aiming for the same thing. A goals respecting school ensures that schools have explicitly adopted a child's right approach. They've embedded it in practice, ethos, culture. Children, young people and adults have an awareness and understanding of child's rights, because ensuring our workforce have a good understanding of this is key to really taking it forward. We have to evidence that there's a positive impact on children and young people, and as part of that, inclusion and diversity has to be actively promoted and celebrated, and that would be for all children and young people. And we want children to see themselves as rights respecting global citizens. And as part of our engagement with UNICEF, that not only validates our accreditation scheme, but it provides a vast amount of opportunities for professional learning and resources to ensure we are developing our workforce. We have a strategic lead officer who is taking that forward. Now that's about to change, but our practice is developing further, and we know there's work to be done there. We do recognise the importance of children's rights at a service level, and we are working towards a pupil parliament. We're engaging with groups of young people for strategic decisions and areas of change within our service, and that's something we need to build upon, including the consideration, as you know, of children's rights and wellbeing impact assessments. As well as that, we are engaging with specific cohorts of children and young people at school and service level, and those are particularly those who find it hard to engage. We know the children and young people who find that really easy, but we are trying to target particular groups, and that will be done through some of our SEF work and some of our work across the partnership. The Children's Services Partnership, as part of the Integrated Children's Services Plan, have just developed a participation and engagement strategy. And as you know, the work of that group is to focus particularly on vulnerable children and young people and how we do ensure they're engaging. And I think it's really important that is done at a partnership level, and that's certainly our focus with one of our officers taking the lead in that work.
Just to finish, we are working as an education service currently with the Children's Commissioner for Scotland, along with a number of other local authorities, due to the fact we've been identified as having good practice, but looking at how we can spread that work and ensure consistency across all education services in Scotland as well.
Thank you. It's a very comprehensive answer. I suppose in terms of when I talk about the embedding, and not just at a high level decision making, not just in kind of where it comes to committee or even to a kind of more strategic decision making at a particular institution, in terms of the everyday making children's rights real mantra of the Children's Parliament, how are we reflecting the basics about, you know, the policies that are made for children, when they can go to the toilet, how long is their lunch break, all these things which are small fry, maybe incidental things, but they are the actual things in which the children's rights on a daily basis are implemented. I mean, how are we evaluating that side of things in terms of the whole body of children, not just like consulting with leadership groups or whatever? How do we really ensure we are making children's rights real within our schools?
I think I would go back to that would generally be done at a school-based level. Whilst we have policies and practice across our service, we know that we allow schools to personalise the policy. They develop their own practices as part of our internal scrutiny and as part of external validation. You'll know that these sorts of things are focused on, for example, leadership of change and what that looks like from the head teacher level right through to the children. So as part of the self-evaluation processes in school, they would be expected to evidence the work they've done and measure the impact through gathering feedback from the children and young people and the pupils across every single school.
So I suppose what I'm saying is that in terms of, because we're discussing UNCRC implementation, in terms of when a school makes a decision which affects the children, that there has been then, and there can be evidence consideration of the obligations under the UNCRC then. And for example, if children or their parents or anyone wanted to come and question what considerations have been made in Europe from UNCRC against those decisions, that could be explained then. That could be evidenced and explained in terms of the decisions that have been made.
Certainly, we've got some examples of really good practice. What I would say is that consistency of good practice across schools to really ensure it is well embedded across every establishment would be something we continue to work on.
Okay, I think as you say, there's more to do. You mentioned CRIA's Children's Rights Wellbeing Impact Assessments, and it does mention within the report about council and IJB using them, and it feels like the report implies universally in decision making, and I know we don't have to, but can it be explained how and when that kicks in? As it currently seems we don't universally employ a CRIA when it comes to even like committee decisions which involve children. So where does it kick in, and what training have staff been given to identify when they should be looking at a CRIA?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And the starting point probably is the EPIA process, which we have at the moment, which embeds within it a further screening question in relation to decisions which impact on children. And the question in relation to a CRIA at the moment points officers towards carrying out a CRIA where the decision is more of a strategic nature that's going to impact on a larger group of children and to a more significant extent. And that's largely based on the structure of the Act itself and the way in its reference to CRIAs when that decision lies with Scottish ministers. It's in relation to strategic decision making rather than every decision which is made in relation to children and impacts on them in any way. It partly reflects, I think, the resource implication of a CRIA. It's not a short document, it is an intensive piece of work. So we're still finding our way, I think is a fair way of putting it, as to find where the right threshold is. There has been an example of a CRIA undertaken, for instance, in relation to the enhanced provision consultation. I think that was a useful process to go through, and I think the more that it happens, the more we'll learn and find the right threshold at which to undertake one.
Okay, that's useful, and I think, as I say, more to do. This might be one for Mr. Moody as well. I don't know. In terms of our statutory functions as a whole council, and I pick something up like placing request appeals, for which I was involved the other day, and these heavily impact on children. And I wonder what advice, what training and guidance we've given to the staff and the elected members who are in those decision-making bodies about how to incorporate the UNCRC obligations when they're considering the evidence and in decision-making.
The answer in that specific case is probably we haven't done training in relation to that particular function, but for the reason that the committee is really bound to take into account the statutory grounds for refusal within the 1980 Act as exists at the moment. So there isn't significant scope for reading in the UNCRC obligations into that decision making. And although it's an area of law that is beginning to become a bit unsettled on this issue, it's doubtful whether the 1980 Act functions constitute a relevant function for the purpose of Section 6 of the UNCRC Act. So it's not even clear that that duty arises in that area, but there's emerging case law within that particular field. So again, we're in an area where we're working our way through it, but on that specific area, the direct answer is no.
Okay, that might be something which I take up with you offline. And I think from a question point of view is that have we done a gap analysis of where, for example, those are functions which we heavily make decisions on things which affect children and which children have. We would have the expectation that even if they've not got a Section 6 duty, the point of the UNCRC is to try to embed the practice across decision making and across what we do as a council. So have we done any kind of gap analysis of where there might need to be a look at those kind of things where it's still unclear, or is it just as a case by case basis?
Short answer is no, but I think the point is a useful one, and I think it's maybe identifying further areas of discussion for the working group.
Okay, I'll be happy to help. I think finally, because I will take up things offline in the spirit of working together, but on page 238, there's a part in the section that begins that with rights come responsibilities, and I just want to clarify that what we don't mean by that is that that's in respect to children themselves, as children's rights are universal and they don't need to be earned. And I just wondered whether maybe that could be clarified a little bit, even in the text, or some sort of amendment to it, just to make it clear that that's not what we're saying.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and no, that's not the intention at all in the way that's framed. So there has been some response to that particular phrasing in consultation on the current draft. We'll look in particular at the separate version that's going to be published in a child-friendly version as to revising that text, and also to look forward to future iterations. But no, that's not the meaning. The rights are universal.
Okay, so I think, I mean, we can discuss offline, but I think if we had a better version that more looked on those rights, creating the conditions for helping young people to flourish, I think that would be preferable. But I'll take other comments up offline, but thank officers for their hard work in this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Most of my first question was answered very comprehensively by Deborah Davidson just a few moments ago. But I suppose I want to build on what's already there. The report kind of makes it clear that there's strong foundations being established, but I want to know what's next. There's been a mention of consistency and delivery and measurable impacts. How are we meaningfully going to measure that? How are we going to take this work that's really brilliantly embedding children's rights across all services? How are we going to take that forward to the next step and elevate that?
Deborah.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. I think I touched on some of those points. We have set targets for our schools in relation to the Rights to Respect School Award, and these are increasing our levels of engagement. What we do measure, as you know, in school are a number of factors, including attainment, positive destinations, attendance, but engagement of children and young people is key to ensuring we continue to improve in a number of our other markers, and that's something I would say we're getting better at monitoring in our schools and recording, and that would be particularly for children and young people where perhaps progress is more difficult to see, and we want to ensure that their engagement is increasing day by day, and who perhaps have more barriers to their learning. I mentioned the pupil parliament. I know that's at a service level, but we do want to ensure there's a really clear mechanism to share the work of the service and meaningfully engage with young people to make decisions. Our professional learning development office is building. We have a pedagogy and curricular team, our PAC team, and they're supporting some of that professional learning, along with one of our support officers who is now taking on the lead for children's rights and participation engagement. So she will really drive forward some of those work. So her being identified, I think, will be key to moving forward. But certainly building good practice and sharing what we know is working really well will be key to improving our engagement and realisation of children's rights across schools.
Okay, pass over to Farah.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. And thank you so much, Councillor Sinclair, for your question. I think it's really important to acknowledge that, yes, we've put this out on paper, but how do we make this real? And it's not just a matter of we've said this and that's it. So children's rights is under this legislation, it's about going beyond education. So it's been really helpful to understand what Deborah has mentioned about what's going on there. But I think what we really see, so throughout the report, each section is sort of split into two parts. So you've got what's happening now and what needs to happen next. So within that, there are actions and commitments from lead officers that have been included within the discussions. And the idea is that we continue having that dialogue as well with those officers, but then we've got the Equalities and Human Rights Working Group as well to have that oversight to see how are we progressing and where support is needed for colleagues and which areas that support is needed to keep making sure that we progress. So when it comes to the next report, then we can evidence further progress.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Redmond. Okay, we'll come back to him. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, that's me moaning now. Like, well, that was nice. But just a couple of questions. It's a really excellent report and so helpful. I think we're probably all kind of trying to get our heads around how you embed the rights of the convention and the rights of children in all of our work. There's a couple of specific questions, and it's maybe not necessarily for the plan, but thinking for adults having a better understanding, and I'm thinking particularly around elected members, and one that particularly came to my mind was around the on page 229 around the licensing board, and actually how do we effectively embed the rights of children into the decision making of the licensing board, but equally of the children's services has only recently formally moved into the Integration Joint Board and Health and Social Care Partnership. So how do we support board members who up to now have really been making decisions around adult services to effectively engage and understand the rights within the convention? And that's probably, it's a kind of perhaps a kind of longer term picture, but I wonder if you might be able to comment on that a little bit.
Okay, Colin.
If I could maybe start with the licensing board point first. And my experience of the board is that that licensing principle, protecting children and young people from harm, is really key at the moment to decision making in relation to licensing. And it's also been taken strongly into consideration in the most recent review of the licensing policy. So it's set out quite clearly that where, for instance, there are proposals to change a premises license or a new premises license that's particularly got provision for children and young people, that the board will take particular interest in relation to those provisions. So that, in a sense, in the report is reflecting a current position rather than a new position that we're introducing. So I'm confident that licensing board members are familiar with that licensing principle. In relation to the position with the Integration Joint Board, it's probably worth mentioning that this is a joint report with the Integration Joint Board, and the report will be considered at tomorrow's meeting of the IJB. And I think that's a really helpful point to start introducing the idea of the UNCRC as part of decision making to the members of the Integration Joint Board. It is a relatively recent formal change for children's social work services to be formally accountable to the IGB. So I would anticipate that this will be the cause of some interest and further questions, but it would really be for IGB officers to take forward any further training. And Farah has a counterpart as a quality and human rights officer within the Health and Social Care Partnership, who has been involved in the process of compiling the report too.
Okay, I will go back to see if Councillor Edmonds there. No. Okay, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask a question? Will this statement be placed on the council website? And I ask the question because I don't believe we've done the anti-slavery statement on our website, which most councils already have done.
Yes, we will be publishing the report.
Will other reports that could go up be looked at as well?
I've noted the point you've made, Councillor Spears, and I'll go away and have a look at that.
I say that as I have formerly served with the United Nations, I might say in a peacekeeping capacity, and I find them in this today's world, a very important body, and we should listen to them.
Please try and stick to questions, Councillor Spears.
I'll stick to saying what needs to be said.
You'll stick to questions when you're asked to. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. First of all, I'd just like to say welcome to Farah to our first council meeting, and thank you for all the good work that I know she's been doing without coming to council meetings. And thank you for this report, which is most welcome. I have a couple of questions, though. First of all, can we say we are compliant, that the Falkirk Council is compliant with UNCRC? Yes or no? And if not, where are the gaps?
I don't think we can say we're fully compliant with every article in every aspect of the council's functions. It's going to be a process of working towards that. We wouldn't be saying that we were wanting to embed this within our work if it was already fully embedded. What I am confident in saying, though, is that we are not, as far as I can see at any point, in breach of the harder legal duty in Section 6 of the Act, which is about acting in a manner compatible with the UN Convention articles. It's not an altogether bright line, simple question to answer in every case. The Section 6 obligation is a bit like the Human Rights Act, which incorporates the European Convention on human rights, where it is much more straightforward to say, are you compliant or not? The nature of the articles are more around rules that you can see. And also there's an enormous body of case law which tells you what they mean. The duties in the UN Convention are of a different nature. They're often more general. They are sometimes target type duties rather than hard and fast rules. So it's not quite such a straightforward yes or no answer to say, are we definitely compliant or not? But we continue to work towards that.
Okay, thank you. My second question, it has been, the training issue has been touched on both by Councillor Martin and Councillor Colley and in the answers. But I wonder if you could say a bit more about how far we have gone in terms of training staff and what is still to be done. And in particular, I mean, I'm clear that we are focusing training on those staff who are dealing with children on a day-to-day basis. But if we are to embed the rights in all of our services, we need to be training all of our staff. And how far have we done that, and how far have we still got to go? And the final bit of that is, and what about counsellors? Do we not need to be trained too?
Lara?
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. So in terms of training, I think, so because UNCRC is applicable to all services within the council, so it's about taking what has traditionally been done within education and children's services and applying it across all services and at all levels. There are, through the compilation of this report, what we've been able to identify is where there's been some really good bits of training that has happened. So, for example, with community learning and development, they have had some. They've had training, you know, from like the Tramps, for example, and a local LGBT group of young people. So that first-hand sort of experience is really important. So by being able to identify where there's been good practice, the idea or the hope in terms of going forward would be looking at extending that to other council officers and basically everybody who within the council, similar to how we would redevelop and roll out equalities and human rights training. I think they should be equally embedded across staff. So we do have that there. It's just something that needs to be developed. And of course, in terms of as councillors, yes, I think there needs to be more awareness as adults and as duty bearers about children's rights and what they mean in practical terms. So there will be training offered for councillors as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And one final question, which is, how do we know that children's views are actually changing decisions, and how are we feeding back to those children so that they recognise that their views are actually impacting?
Farah.
So how do we know children's views are being impacted? So as Mr. Moody had previously said, we go through the equality and poverty impact assessment process, but within that, where there is going to be a significant impact on children and young people, we have to undertake the CRIAs, so the Children Rights and Wellbeing Impact Assessment. But even if it doesn't go down that road, we still have the characteristic of age, for example. Within the impact assessment process, we need to report on engagement, which is probably going to be where that is the key area where we would be able to notice where children's views have been brought in to shape the proposal. There's also been further commitment from the community engagement team as well. So we've got the community engagement strategy, and I think upon its review, we'll be looking specifically at engagement and consultation with children and young people. So again, out with schools, kind of bringing that back into society, bring into those little communities. What is the best way to engage with them, but also make it meaningful? Because at the end of the day, you know, people ask lots of questions, especially if you're a young person. If you don't feel you're going to be heard, you're not really going to want to take part. So we need to take that on board and really get that embedded within all of our within our teams that do those do those consultations to make sure that young people feel heard and that they can see what happens when they take part.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. First of all, I'd like to thank all the staff involved for all their hard work and the information provided in the report. And I'm just following on for the strategy and engagement. I'm just wondering, what are some of the areas in which the Convention on the Rights of the Child has been most effective?
I think maybe, Deputy Provost, it's worth coming back to Ms Davidson on that, because I suppose one of the widest areas of use of the Convention is within the schools.
Okay, thanks, Deborah.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's important that each article is not necessarily confined to one area of work. So the right to learn, for example, is very general, but we would relate it to a number of different aspects. So whilst we sometimes speak to children about specific articles, depending on what they're doing, they cross over and they're relevant to a whole range of contexts. So I think across school we can cross-reference or match many articles to what the children are doing in school. But we do know, and I know Sarah's on the call, that the life out with school for children and young people is hugely influential of how they can engage in school. So I think across our partnership and how we work across our services will really ensure we encompass far more articles and make them relevant. But we could relate virtually every article to one aspect of school life, but what we need to do is how we think about how they come together across all aspects of children and young people, because they all are interconnected and play a massive part in the wider life of the children and young people. Not sure if that's answered your question.
Yes, sorry, Deborah. Yes, it has. Thank you.
Sarah?
Convener, I was just going to add to my colleague Deborah's answer there, and I think we've got lots of good examples, particularly around Article 12, which is the right to be heard. And thinking locally about the work that we have with jointly with our Care Experience Champions Board. And they really are directly shaping the work that we take forward on a day-to-day basis. They're code defining work with us, not just code designing the work. They really are truly embedded in that work throughout. We've also got young people's voices being heard, a very vulnerable group of children and young people who are being heard around the development of our Bairns House. So just a couple of examples to bring to Deborah's answer around the right to be heard at Article 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any lights on. If we go back to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The report goes to the heart of what kind of council we want to be. It asks whether children and young people in Falkirk are genuinely heard, respected and given the best possible start in life. With the incorporation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child into Scots law, we are no longer simply encouraged to act, we are required to place children's rights at the centre of our decision making. It is therefore not just a procedural report, but a clear statement of our priorities and our values as a council. The report shows that we've made real and tangible progress. Children's rights are increasingly being embedded into governance, planning and service design. We are improving how we engage with children and young people, and in many areas their voices are already influencing decisions, from local engagement exercise to service improvements. However, the true test of this agenda is not in general progress, but in how we support those whose rights are most at risk. Children living in poverty, those who are care experienced, children with disabilities and those facing inequality must remain our central focus. If we do not improve outcomes for them, then we cannot say we have fully met our responsibilities. What strengthens this report is its honesty. It recognises that practice is not yet consistent across all services. It acknowledges gaps in data and areas where engagement needs to improve. That transparency is important because it allows us to move forward with clarity and purpose. Importantly, this is not simply a narrative, it is an action plan. It commits us to embedding children's rights in every decision that we take, improving the quality of data, expanding meaningful participation, and strengthening mechanisms so children can hold us to account. Members should also note that this work aligns closely with our wider priorities around tackling inequality and supporting stronger communities, and will largely be delivered within existing resources. The challenge ahead is consistency. Good practice exists across Falkirk, but it must become the standard everywhere. And when children take the time to share their views, we must ensure that they see the results of that engagement reflected in real change. Ultimately, this is about trust between young people and the institutions that serve them. By approving this report, we are demonstrating that Falkirk is serious not only about meeting its legal duties, but delivering meaningful change in the lives of our children and young people. I am therefore pleased to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Colley.
Happy to second.
Is council agreed? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 12.
Well, Deputy Provost, I
Yes.
wonder whether you were going to go round the groups to ask why we don't have an amendment.
Can you repeat that, please?
I wonder whether you were going to go round the groups to ask why we don't have an amendment as per usual procedure. There's no amendment.
All right, okay.
Sorry.
All right, okay. Right, any amendments then? Oh. Right, oh, sorry, right, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just thank you for the report and thank you for all the good work that officers are doing. I have no amendments.
Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Provost. We have noted the good content in this report and no amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Okay, excellent report. I'm pleased that it's going to be on the website and we're going to look into other UN statements being included, especially the anti-slavery statement. I think it's vitally important this council seem to be on the side of that.
Thank you. Any other independents?
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Sorry for being a pest. It's a long day. I think the reason I don't have an amendment is I think that there's a statutory time frame, and I have been here before where we do not allow councillors to amend reports line by line. So I think there are some really good examples within the report, and particularly of good and excellent practice, which is pleasing to see. I think we do have quite a long way to go as well, and I appreciate the efforts of all officers across the council, not just in central teams, because this is a whole council and indeed whole IJB effort. But I think that the point I want to make in terms of the importance of it being on the agenda today is it wouldn't be there if there hadn't been quite a courageous piece of legislation taken forward. The UNCRC has been in place since the first year that I went to high school, and I now have my youngest child in their final year. The only reason that we were held to the measure on it is because it is now embedded in law, but we were always obligated to be looking at this. It's been a signed treaty. So I think we all need to, although there is a way to go, we need to reflect that there's been a missed opportunity over those decades to really embed that practice when we should have been, and that we owe future generations a much higher pace of change to be taking things forward. But I thank officers for their hard work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 12, appointments. Report is taken as read. There's no amendments, so there'll be no debate. Are there any questions for officers? Okay, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And it's maybe worth just taking this report in its separate parts, because there are three distinct parts to it. The first relates to the integration joint board and arises from the fact that the integration scheme has been approved, which provides a fourth member to appoint from the council to the integration joint board. The report at paragraph 4.2 sets out what the political proportionality would be in relation to that in respect to the council's current membership, and that would award the additional fourth place to an independent or Reform UK member. So I suppose the first question is the council agreeable to that being the proportionality? And then it would be a matter for that grouping of councillors to nominate their member, either today or at a later date. So just to confirm that, because I think some of that wasn't picked up by the mics, that was agreed by all those within the room. And that being so, it's really a question of whether that group of councillors have a nomination to make today or if they wish to do so at a later date.
Councillor McCabe.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Murtagh.
And Provost, Deputy Provost, if that's the agreement of that grouping of councillors, then Councillor Murtagh becomes the member of the IGB.
Okay, congratulations, Councillor Murtagh.
Deputy Provost, moving on, that takes us into the appointment of a convener of the Appeals Committee. And that vacancy arises by virtue of Councillor Bowes, who held the post until recently, standing down. So it's really just a question of nominations from the floor for the post of convener of the Appeals Committee.
Okay, Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'd like to nominate Councillor Garner.
Councillor Rico John. Councillor Aiken.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Parson.
Seconded.
Is there any further nominations?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And in those circumstances, we'll proceed to a vote. There is a single position with two nominees, Councillor Garner and Councillor Hannah, so it's simply a matter of indicating which of the two each member supports. Deputy Provost Balfour.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Aitken.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Garner.
Bailey Buchanan. Appears to be no longer on the call. Councillor Colley.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Hannah.
Councillor Murtagh.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Nimmo.
Abstain.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Robertson.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Garner.
And Councillor Spears.
Councillor Hannah.
Deputy Provost, I beg your pardon, it's just one issue I'd like to check. Councillor Spears, could you just repeat who you'd voted for?
Councillor Hannah.
I beg your pardon. Deputy Provost, there are 13 votes for Councillor Garner. There are 11 votes for Councillor Hannah. There were 2 abstentions. Councillor Garner is duly appointed.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations to Councillor Garner.
And Deputy Provost, that takes us to the final item of appointments, which is an appointment to the COSLA Community Wellbeing Board, which, as the report notes, traditionally lies with the relevant portfolio holder. However, nomination is required.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Deputy Provost, could I nominate Councillor Gordon Forrest as the portfolio holder?
Any other nominations?
You bastard.
Okay, no other nominations. That's fine. Okay, that's us done for that one. On to item 13, review standing orders. Again, reports taken as read. There's no amendment. There's no debate. And do we have questions for officers? Is there? Oh, sorry. Sorry, apologies. There is an amendment. So there will be a debate. Do we have questions?
Sir Marta.
Councillor Marta.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I think Mr. Moody would be really disappointed if I didn't have questions on the standing orders report. I think in terms of, there's a couple of things most of which I think would just be covered by common sense. But I do know in the kind of virtual protocol, there is and I have this with the pineapple behind me, that a suggestion that members should avoid having or advise not to have backgrounds which are sort of unauthorised backgrounds, but then it goes on to say that that there shouldn't be kind of non-authorised. So it's like, what is the line, and where is the sanction, and what is a non-authorised background, and can there be a do we need to bid in? Do we need to give you our backgrounds to get you to authorise them in advance, or is it just a case of the standard Falkirk Council or nothing?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. As I think Councillor Murtaugh observes, I think we would deal with that by way of common sense. The starting point would be that the background which is going to be encouraged will be the Falkirk Council logo, I think, to create the most professional atmosphere for those joining council meetings. That said, I think it's not a ditch in which anyone particularly is going to die in relation to the question of which background is authorised or not, unless it is something which is particularly contentious. And I don't see stone pineapples as local landmarks as falling within that category. But I think the starting point is members are encouraged to have the council background. And I think one of the values of updating, or the value of updating the virtual meeting protocol, is it will have some clear standards available post 2027 when new members are joining the council.
And I'm glad common sense is still applicable. I realise that when we had COVID, it was a very, we had sort of emergency protocols that were brought in for meetings as well. But there's a standing order change in terms of when the provost or deputy provost may not be available, or even when they are available in the meeting, that if they're not available in the room, that a convener should only really be chosen from within those that are present within the room. I wondered about the circumstance that nobody is available to be in the room, and that might be because of, for example, our beast from the east or COVID type resilience. How would that sit then if we have that as defined in our standing orders? We would have to suspend them in order to convene a meeting?
I have to say, in all the years that I've attended meetings, I haven't been to one where there's been nobody within the room. And even in the most difficult stages of COVID, it was possible to have the provost or one other member of council within the room with officers to convene the meeting. If you give me just a moment, my attention is being drawn to another standing order. And the standing order which has been drawn to my attention is the one around if there were very extreme circumstances like the beast for the east, we can of course just not have the meeting at all, and the meeting can be cancelled. So I think I'll reserve my position as to what would happen in those circumstances on the basis that it hasn't happened in actuality. And I think the change to require the convener of the meeting to be present in the meeting has a sound common sense basis to it, if we're returning to common sense, in that it would be hard for someone sitting in a room of this kind or not sitting in the room to be able to see, just because of the limitations of technology, what is happening right across the room, who is wanting to come in, who might be wanting to make another contribution, or to be able just to read the room more generally. So I remain of the view that it is a sensible recommendation in terms of a change to the standing orders. It was one that was discussed with the members of the Standing Orders Working Group, which was stood up again briefly to allow these limited changes to be discussed. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Can I ask what, because I note that there's no need for an equality and poverty impact assessment for this report, but can I ask what whether any equalities considerations were considered with respect to that? I understand the common sense approach of what you're saying in terms of it being preferable for having somebody in the room, but there may be, I don't know whether any equalities considerations, as there may be many reasons why members cannot attend in person, and it automatically bars members. It doesn't just, in theory, bar members, it automatically would then bar members from selection as convener of a meeting.
Yes, I mean, in every case where we're making a recommendation of this kind, we will consider equalities considerations, even if it isn't to the stage of doing the full equality and poverty impact assessment. So in looking at the recommendations, there was advice taken from the Equality and Human Rights Officer as to the need or otherwise to do a full equality, poverty and impact assessment, and taking it through the decision-making tree that exists for that. I think overall, the equality considerations can be taken into account, but they won't ultimately always direct the outcome. I understand the equality point that Councillor Murtagh is making, but the driving need to have effective chairing of committees and council, in this case, even having regard to that quality consideration doesn't, in my view, prevent the council from taking the decision approving the change standing order.
Okay. I'll leave it at that, but I do know, just maybe you can just nod that it says that in terms of clothing, etc., there shouldn't be political slogans or advertising, but just to confirm that text in general is not necessarily political slogans or advertising. So slogan T-shirts are still on are just fine for council meetings then.
Common sense will apply.
Excellent.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Spears.
Page 331, Appointments Committee. Terms of reference for the Appointment Committee. Can you tell me who would make up the Appointments Committee? It's not quite clear.
That's not one of the issues which is in front of council just now in relation to the changes to standing orders. That's just the current standing order in relation to it. And the Appointments Committee was appointed at the statutory meeting in 2022. I don't have the exact makeup of the committee in front of me just now, but I'm happy to provide that to Councillor Spears later.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this report, which you'll be glad to hear. It is a very warm day and it's getting warmer this side of the hall as we speak. But I think at this point that it is a tidying up of the standing orders. It is getting some consistency at the standing orders. And while I understand where Councillor Murtaugh's coming from, as a convener, you often have to have to take advice during the meeting from officers. That would be extremely difficult to do if you're not in the room. And I think back to the last executive in particular, where there was a need just to take 5 minutes out to have a discussion with officers. But part of your role is to ensure the smooth running of the meeting. And I think if you're to have to constantly stop and start to take advice, then that would be quite disruptive. So I think it's a sensible approach that the convener should be in the room. I'm aware of the amendment and I will allow Councillor McCabe to speak to that amendment, but I would say that we are not against that particular amendment, but I think it's helpful for him to explain in doing so. So I think at this juncture of the council then these amendments are sensible to be going through. Fully appreciate that after May 27 it'll be a new council, and at that point there may well be a further look at the standing orders in that new council in order to facilitate the makeup of that council going forward, but I'm happy to move a report.
Okay, thanks. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Singler.
Yeah, happy second.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Thanks to Leader of the Council for agreeing in principle to my suggested amendment. The context for my amendment comes from a repeated personal frustration where applicants, agents and deputations regularly attend planning committee meetings expecting to be heard and on the day, only to be disappointed when a site visit gets called for. The purpose of this amendment is simply to lower the threshold when seeking site visits from, as it currently is, 4 down to 2. Just as an example, at the latest planning committee meeting, a site visit was requested by Bailey Care and immediately agreed upon. This by default imposes a delay on any consideration or outcome until after the summer recess. All I'm trying to do with this amendment is to recognise and respect the concerns for all applicant, agent and deputations. Makes the council look that wee bit better rather than, almost there's almost a level of disrespect when people come expecting to be heard, only to find out that they can't be and they'll need to come back in a month, 2 months, 3 months down the line. It's just to try and make it that wee bit easier for my colleagues on the planning committee, just to arrange sites as early as possible. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Okay, thank you. You got a seconder? Councillor Spears.
Happy second the same.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nico John.
As I said, Deputy Provost, I'm happy to accept that, but I think some of my colleagues may wish to make a positive comment in relation to that.
Okay. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and I don't wish to harp on about these things. And I think I made my position very clear at the last planning committee meeting, and I've made it clear in previous meetings and subsequently by email. The procedure that we brought into place in December in relation to the scheme of delegation, where pre-committee site visits were able to be requested by a quorum of the committee of 4 members, it's disappointing for me to see that procedure hasn't necessarily worked in the way it should have done. I would urge members of the planning committee, as I have myself, to reflect on that point, to make sure that, as Councillor McCabe has articulated there, these are we have selections of applicants and agents coming forward, as well as members of the public and councillors, to give deputations and to speak to whatever application is on the agenda at that point. And yet delays are frustrating. Yet we tried to remedy that with the changes that we saw in December. I'm content for Councillor McCabe's amendment to be brought forward and for it to be incorporated into that. But I think it's up to the council, as well as members of the planning committee, to reflect on how we do business and how we make sure that we are galvanising our position as an authority that does business well and seeks to do business appropriately and in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I'll just echo everything which Councillor Sinclair has said there. I think, though, that I regret that this amendment is necessary. I'm going to support it because I think it is a pragmatic way to try to stop the issues that we've had recently from reoccurring. And I have to say that I have found it embarrassing as a member of the committee at times, and to the detriment of our council in general, that we have had some of the issues that we've had. And I think we do need to reflect on that because it has not put us in a good light. So if this amendment helps to forego that, then that is a good thing. But I think there could be every danger that, for example, we have one person calls it in and then that doesn't meet the threshold, and then we still end up as a default with that same member calling it to sites and us going to sites. And I think we have to be clear that when we make a rule, we have to take the responsibility to make it work, and we haven't done that as well as we could have done. So let's hope that if we make this change, it actually works and we can show our committee in a better light. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. As someone who's not on the planning committee, but who has been on the receiving end of the procedure that has been described there, I think this is an entirely sensible and common sense amendment. I recently sat at a planning committee meeting all day with 2 of my constituents who were also sitting there all day, only to be sent away at the end of the day. Now, that's not good use of my time or theirs. It's not good in terms of the way it's seen by the public. So I'm wholly supportive of this motion and supportive of all the other changes on the standing orders, just for the record.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I totally support everything that's been said there. The real problem is the difficulty of not discussing things when you're looking for a site visit. And we need 4 people, which is, I think, 25% of the planning committee to agree to a site visit prior to the actual meeting. The thing is, if 3 people want it and it's then forgotten about till it comes to the meeting, another member comes in and says, I would like a site visit, and somebody else seconds it. So we've got 2 members seconding it, although the rest of us can say, no, I don't agree with that. So it's a sensible way to go at the present. I still think there are better ways of doing it, but right now I totally support Councillor McCabe's amendment.
Okay, thank you. Go back to Councillor Meiklejohn. Want to sum up?
I don't really think there's much more for me to say, Deputy Provost. I'm just happy to leave it at that.
Mr. Woody.
And I think just to confirm, Councillor Meiklejohn was confirming she was content to incorporate Councillor McCabe's amendment. Our seconder was happy to as well. Accordingly, the amendment falls. And I think, Deputy Provost, the only question is, does the Council agreed?
Okay, has Council agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, we'll have a short break if you can be back in your seats for 3 o'clock. Okay, folks, welcome back. We'll now go into item 14, delegation of powers to determine urgent issues during the summer recess. Again, the report is taken as read. There'll be no debate. Do we have any questions for officers? No questions? Okay. Right, okay. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's a standard report that comes at this time of year regularly, and it allows a delegated authority to officers to take forward any essential business during the recess. Anything that is of any significance will be brought to group leaders and they'll be aware of it, and there'll be a report on any decisions taken at the next council meeting following the recess. I'm happy to move the report.
Okay, thank you. You got a seconder? Councillor Sinclair.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Flynn.
No further comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Yeah, group leaders, is that all group leaders? Because there is a variation in the council.
No, the recommendation refers to the leaders of the main opposition group and the leader of the council.
Okay. Any other independent councillors? Okay. Council happy to agree? Thank you. We'll move on to item 15, minute volume and information bulletin. Are there any questions? Councillor Meikle-John.
Unusually, Deputy Provost, I do have a question, and again, I have a written response, but I think it's probably one that would be useful for others to hear. It's in relation to page 139, fourth item from the bottom of the table, supply of school fleet bikes, the Bike Shop Scotland and Dunfermline. I understand this is external funding, but I just wondered if officers could maybe give a wee bit of overview of this and what the project is.
Mr. Gardner.
Yep, thanks, David Provost, have to come in. Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. So the bikes are being used to deliver Bikeability Scotland training. It's part of a national cycle training programme that teaches children the skills and gives them the confidence to ride safely on the road. You're absolutely right. The funding comes from SES-Trans, Access to Bikes and Cycle Parking Programme. And ultimately, it's funded 88 bikes and 88 helmets for primary schools within the Falkirk area. The schools that have been chosen for the initial round have been chosen because of their strong support and existing commitment to cycling and active travel. Longer term, the ambition of the council is to roll this out to every primary school within the authority.
Thank you for that. I do have another question on page 138, midway down, police services visitor levy, and I just wondered if you could have a further explanation in relation to what the funding is actually for and how it will be used.
Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Provost. So we have engaged the services of ECOS Consultancy in determining the kind of revenue model that we would anticipate from the visitor levy should it progress. We're looking at the economic impact of that visitor levy applied across our community, how the draft levy itself is being produced and developed, the consultation and engagement process, which is a key part of the development of the visitor levy, to help us analyse the information that comes back from that consultation exercise, to draft the final scheme and to help us work up an implementation plan. So quite a lot of elements that we need to progress as part of the visitor levy as we move forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 16, the motion. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. In the interests of letting us all get away, I'll cut down what I was planning to say and try and make this as brief as possible, because I think it's been on the agenda for some considerable time and people have had ample opportunity to see it. First, I want to congratulate Gary Bowes and Martin Day on their election as members of the Scottish Parliament. We wish them well and we look forward to working with them in the interests of the people of the Falkirk Council area. However, this motion is not simply about congratulations, it's about accountability. And it's about the relationship between this council, our communities, and an SNP Scottish Government that for almost 20 years has failed to respect and resource local government properly. We're clear that a strong partnership between local government and the Scottish Parliament is essential. Our residents expect us to work constructively with MSPs, regardless of political affiliation, to deliver meaningful outcomes across our communities. The Verity House Agreement is a high-level partnership agreement between the Scottish Government and the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities. The Convention of Scottish Local Authorities represents all 32 local authorities across Scotland. They're the only two signatories to this agreement, and it is about the relationship between the Scottish Government and local authorities. The reality is that councils like ours are being asked to do more and more with less and less funding, and that has been going on for the last 20 years. The SNP government talks a good game about partnership and respect for local democracy, but the lived experience of councils across Scotland tells a very different story. Decisions are too often centralised, funding is too often ring-fenced, and priorities are too often dictated from the centre, rather than shaped by the communities we represent. The key phrase in the Verity House Agreement is local by default, national by agreement. And it must mean a genuine transfer of power, not just responsibility without resource. It must mean proper fiscal empowerment of local authorities, not continued dependence on short-term settlements. And it must mean respect for the democratic mandate of councils like this one. Local government must not be treated as an afterthought or purely as a delivery arm of central government. It must be respected as a sphere of government in its own right, responsive to and intent on meeting the needs of the local community. That's why this motion calls for a reaffirmation of the Verity House Agreement and a review of local government powers and funding arrangements to ensure adequacy and alignment with effective delivery of vital public services. Colleagues, we all know the pressures facing this council. Our officers advise us on a regular basis about the pressures on education, housing, social care, roads maintenance, flood prevention, waste services, sport and leisure, and the support for local businesses. Every service is under increasing strain. At the same time, the needs and expectations of our residents continue to rise, and rightly so. This motion clearly sets out that local authorities should have powers that are full and exclusive, and that they should not be undermined or limited by central or regional government without proper legal basis. This is about fairness, it's about accountability, it's about delivering better outcomes. The SNP government, if it truly believes in local democracy, then now is the time for it to prove it. To back local government, to fund it fairly, and to trust local councils to deliver for their communities. We're asking our recently elected MSPs to work with us to stand up for local government and ensure Falkirk gets the powers and resources it needs to thrive. I'm aware that there was an amendment proposed to this motion which brought in issues about the UK Westminster government, and I have made clear that I am not willing to accept the amendment because the Verity House Agreement was not signed by the UK government. It doesn't mention the UK government. This is entirely about an agreement between the local government and the Scottish government, and on that basis I propose this motion as it stands and look forward to the discussions.
Okay, thank you. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Aiken.
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Like others, I wish our two new MSPs, Gary and Martin Day, the very best as they go forward in their new roles. Councillor Hannah has laid out a clear basis for how local government and the Scottish Government do business, working collaboratively to ensure that our communities have access to high quality services, that our children are educated and looked after well in modern establishments with the best teachers and staff available, that our communities are safe under the protection of our police and fire services, that Scotland's people can live a healthy life in warm and safe homes on the understanding that, should their health decline, our National Health Service and social care will be there to support them when they need it most, that our businesses can grow and provide good quality jobs, offering pay that allows employees to live well, and, importantly, that our nation continues to be the place that we can all be proud of. And I trust we can agree on those terms. The motion selects parts of the Scottish Government's new deal for local government, known as the Very House Agreement, that was signed in 2023. However, it fails to recognise the fundamental issue that we have debated on several occasions over these past 4 years: funding. All roads lead to Westminster. Not my words, nor those of anyone here or Holyrood, but the words of Wes Streeting, former Health Secretary and aspiring Prime Minister, before he made way for the so-called King of the North earlier this week, following Keir Starmer's announcement that he intends to resign. For the record, not my king. I won't labour the point too much, but by the end of this year, the UK will have its 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. Perpetual chaos that, doubled up with a continued assault on the funding available to all devolved nations by successive administrations in London, has a detrimental impact on communities and services that we all rely on. Over the past 2 years, we have heard much from our members of Parliament about the ending of austerity. However, you dress that up. I'm not sure our communities are seeing that in action yet. But you cannot undo the severe damage to services that have been under sustained attack since the global financial crash of 2008 and David Cameron's election in 2010. The fact is that devolved nations have a proportionately smaller slice of the pie than they would have done had funding kept up with inflation, rising costs and rising demand, something that politicians in other places have conveniently ignored. But let's look at more of the facts. Scotland has fewer children in poverty now. We have a higher performing NHS with higher paid staff and no strike action taken, a higher proportion of external investment, a faster growing economy than any part of the United Kingdom, thanks in part to actions taken by the Scottish Government, despite the challenges that revolves around how they are underfunded. But context is key. The UK Government has imposed a jobs tax through higher employers' national insurance contributions, and I'm glad that Councillor Hannah mentioned businesses. This hits employers financially, hindering their ability to offer those decent, good-paying jobs, especially for our younger people and for those seeking employment, and that also accounts for the Council too. And that's not to mention the inability to access resources from, for example, the European Regional Development and Structural Investment Funds, where new UK funds like Shared Prosperity and Pride and Place that we heard about earlier on are, by comparison, significantly poor replacements. We have a Scottish Government operating undermined, to borrow Councillor Hannah's words, by a UK-wide legislation like the Subsidy Control and Internal Market Acts, stopping direct investment in places like Alexander Dennis Limited, whilst moving investment out of our communities to elsewhere in the UK. Now, we can only control what we do here in the Falkirk Council area, and over the past 9 years, we have seen things changing. More investment in infrastructure projects and services being transformed to become more sustainable. Work to ensure that more of our young people are heading to positive destinations. Work to ensure that our kids in school have access to good, nutritious food. And I want to mention specifically that Falkirk has now achieved bronze status in the Soil Association's Food for Life programme. But we must be in a position to hold our governments plural to the same high standards. I have no issue in pressing the Scottish Government to uphold their end of the Verity House Agreement. We have no issue on calling on our MSPs to use their influence to do the same in the corridors of Holyrood, but we must also be in the position to do the same for the UK Government, where responsibility and accountability exist. And we should be calling on London to aspire to the same standards that we are seeking from Edinburgh. That's why I put forward this amendment we see today. I was more than happy to work with Councillor Hannah on this to see if there was some way that we could come to agreement on the fundamental principle that we hold both of our governments to the same standards. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a position where they ask us to hold the Scottish Government to a higher standard than the UK, despite the UK being responsible and accountable for raising and distributing funding appropriately. The single thing that has the biggest impact on a devolved nation's ability to fund the services our communities rely on. I find that position to be wholly incompatible with the reasons that I am here as a councillor, to get the best for my communities, irrespective of where the support comes from. And I would hope that others across the chamber would share those values and support the amendment. With that, Deputy Provost, I am content to move the amendment on behalf of the SNP administration.
Thank you. Councillor Colley. Councillor Devine, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thanks to Councillor Sinclair for moving this amendment today, and I echo all the points that he's made. I want to begin, like others, in offering my congratulations to Gary Bowes and to Martin Day on their election as MSPs for Falkirk West and Falkirk East. This election reflects the trust placed in them by our communities, and we look forward to working with them closely with both to advance the interests of the residents across the Falkirk Council area. But we meet today in the midst of yet another upheaval at Westminster. With the resignation of Keir Starmer, the UK is preparing to install, not elect, its 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. 7 Prime Ministers in a decade. That is not stability. It is a political system in permanent crisis. And every time Westminster changes, Scotland is left to deal with the fallout. Promises of partnership are made, then broken. Commitments of fairness are announced, then quietly abandoned. This instability matters because the funding from the UK government is not abstract in constitutional debate. It directly shapes what the councils like ours can deliver. When Westminster fails to provide fair funding, it means real consequences right here at home. It means that local authorities like ours firefighting year after year trying to protect essential services while the financial ground keeps shifting beneath us. That is why this council calls on our newly elected MSPs and our existing MPs to press both the UK and the Scottish Government to recommit to the principles of local by default, national by agreement, as set out in the Verity House Agreement. In the political landscape where Westminster's instability has become routine, this principle is essential. Decisions affecting local people must be made closer to home and not dictated by a government that may not even last a year. We also call for a full review of the powers of the funding arrangements to ensure they are adequate, sustainable and aligned with the outcomes our communities expect. Scotland has been promised fairness, respect and stability, but too often is delivered cuts, constraints and shifting goalposts. These promises broken have consequences for every council, every service and every family who depend on them. Now let us be absolutely clear. Scotland cannot continue to deliver high quality services on shrinking budgets. We therefore call for significant improvement funding from the UK government to Scotland and for the funding to flow fairly to local authorities and to our integrated joint boards. Without fair funding, we cannot deliver the change our communities deserve. Colleagues, in a decade defined by Westminster chaos, Many of our communities believe, and I share this view, that Scotland's future is best secured when the decisions about Scotland are made right here in Scotland, and the case for independence grows stronger every time Westminster demonstrates its instability. Until that day comes, we will continue to demand fairness, stability and respect for local democracy, and will stand ready to play its part. With that, Provost, I'm content to second the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, we'll go into debate now. Who wants to start? Councillor Spears.
I have a question actually for the Director of Finance. What is the actual settlement cuts been? I know it's a hard question. So a rough percentage, is it like 5%, 2% a year, roughly going back the term of the present Scottish Government, since this debate is about the Scottish Government?
Thanks, Councillor Spears, and apologies, I don't have any of that kind of detailed information in front of me. But I think I can go back and get a look. I think we did flag up some of the information in the financial strategy last year, and the Accounts Commission quite often publish papers that show the changes over a period of time. So I can send you some of those links as well. Obviously, for the 26-27 budget, I would just highlight that we did get an improved settlement than we anticipated. Thanks.
It's just we're debating about settlements for this council, and the figures would be handy. You know, there's been suggestions, accusations, defences made. As Councillor Sinclair said, and if I can divert for a question for 2 seconds, we're all here to work together for the betterment of our community, and you can't work with no funds. I thought it was something like 20 million a year we were being cut, just a ballpark figure. That, and that's why we have to sit through the whole episode that we do every year and try and determine cuts. And it's no position for any elected body to be in. So it would be interesting if we had figures to work on. Because I agree with both sides, and I'm also pleased to see Gary here today and elected, and pass my good wishes on to Martin, and I'll meet him soon. But I'm quite sure that they will be fighting for this area tooth and nail. So, as I would like to think our MPs are as well, and I know both of them. So, you know, we need figures to work on here.
Yeah, I have apologies. When I read the motion that was put forward, I didn't realise that you would be looking for those figures. And obviously, in future, if you are looking for figures and for motions, if you let me know, that's fine. I can make sure I have that for you in advance. I don't recognise the 20 million figure that you're talking about. I suppose from a Falkirk Council point of view, one of the things that we've talked about in the financial strategy is that every year we have a pressure expected of between £6 and £8 million, which is where we think our costs will exceed our income. And so that's the kind of gap that we are looking to try and address on an annual basis. It's in that region.
Okay, Councillor Redmond.
Yep. Thanks, everyone. So I suppose just start off with congratulations to Councillor Bowes and Martin Day. I think it's good to see people that have experience in local government. I know we've worked with Gary for a lot of years in the council and not always agreed with him, but I've always found that he's quite honest and pragmatic in his duties. And I'm sure we'll have disagreements going forward, but congratulations, and it's good to see somebody from the council going to represent us in Holyrood, and Martin Day as well. I think he was at West Lothian Council for a time, so credit where credit's due. Good on yous. So where will I start? So I suppose since we're in a council, we've always been struggling for money since I've been here. Probably a long time before I've been here, things have been struggling. things are difficult at all levels of government. It's not just the UK or Scotland that's facing the problems we have just now. We've got a global sort of oil crisis triggered by sort of rulers over in America and things. So it's not necessarily a case. I'm sure every government wants to do their best, but it is challenging in these times. But ultimately, Scottish Government's budget has grown significantly over the last 20 years, and the Council's budget hasn't kept up in line with that. And I think it's worth mentioning that, the Scottish Government, there has been a lot of good things they've done. In some ways, there has been a lot of waste of money as well. And it's all right for them to say, oh, we're doing all these wonderful things at Scottish Government level, but it feels time and time again like cuts have been passed onto the councils, and we are the ones that are left to have to close community centres or school pools to be threatened to close or whatever. So I think we need to be mindful that our funding from the council, 80%, about over 80%, comes from the Scottish Government. And there was a lot of promises made at the elections, people try to get votes. I think with like a universal basic income for artists or something was suggested. There's loads of promises being made, and we've got the good thing about this new Scottish Government is there's a lot of new MSPs. It's, even though maybe the party structure's not changed greatly, there's a lot of new MSPs and probably a lot of new ideas, which should be good. But they've got so many different competing priorities. You've got colleges crying out for money, the NHS, social care, CAMS. So we really do need to make sure that the council's voice is being heard in Holyrood, and that when they are allocating their next budget coming up, the councils, aren't shortchanged. I think just the next point I was going to move on is we've got into a wee bit of sort of tit for tat party political stuff, which maybe isn't good. It's maybe been better if we could have came to a unified point, but that's party politics, and it's not always that easy. But just to say, politics by its nature doesn't really tend to be stable. We've seen the SNP install 2 new leaders over this time with the council, and that was both by election. I know John Swinney's won his election now, but Hamza Yusuf was appointed without an election, and then John Swinney initially without an election. So I don't really agree that because there's a change of leader that's undemocratic or has a negative impact. There's also been, we'll not get into the tit for tat stuff, but yeah. So basically, if we could, I don't know if we could have a recess or whatever, but it would just be good if we could acknowledge both governments have a role to play, but ultimately most of our funding does come from the Scottish Government. And I hope that going forward, the council does get a fairer funding settlement, and I wish both were MSPs the best in advocating for that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Deputy Provost, and I'd echo much of what's already been said and what's been just said by Councillor Redmond. I do think that it would be really good if we could agree to have a unified motion, because I don't think, they're not mutually exclusive, and I don't see the problem with holding Westminster governments to the same standards and as what we should be holding Holyrood. I'm a bit reticent to agree with the motion overall, because I kind of want to refuse to give gushy congratulations to my ward partner, who's just going to be insufferable sitting next to me at Oakville View every Saturday. No, I'm genuinely warmly pleased for all our MSPs, and I do know that there are, not just from our local area but across the chamber, some really excellent ex-councillors that I hope are really going to get in about government and hold them to account. But I don't think we can be, when Councillor Edmund's saying there about the tit for tat politics, and maybe that's politics, but people are fed up with that. People don't want us to be, what are they taking out of this debate at the end of a long day? They're not watching, and what's going to be the headline? They want us to get on with the job, and they want us to work together. There's some really difficult times that we have out there, and there are some, dark times and difficult threats that we all face, and we need to be working together to make sure that we get everything out of the council that we can possibly do for our citizens. And I think there is room for agreement here. It's clear the Very House Agreement is an excellent document. It hasn't yet embedded, it hasn't yet come to into its own, and we're not doing local by default national by agreement. I don't think we've even sorted out the disputes policy for COSLA for when we are in dispute, how we go about that. I mean, that might have changed in the last few months, I don't know. But we've seen today, even in the Pride and Police funding, even in the some of the things which are coming to us from Westminster in terms of funding, these are not the way that we would have chosen to spend this money. It's not based on evidence in the same way. It's not based on our local planning in the long term. It's not based on consultation with communities. We are the ones who are best placed at a local level, all of us, to be making decisions for our communities based on the evidence and long-term planning. And both governments need to recognise that and stop the kind of situation where if we just throw a big pot of money and decide what the terms are, that's somehow best for those communities. It isn't, and I think we should be unified in saying that. And regardless of whether they come, those offers of money come from the party that we belong to or most or aligned to, we need to be clear on that and calling that out. So I would appeal that we could work together to find a text if you're so minded. If that's not the case, then maybe I'll just abstain so I don't have to formally thank Gary in a motion. But thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I think, and I welcome the comments from Councillor Redmond. I think it's pragmatic approach of recognising that all spheres of government are involved here, and the fact that we do need to bring our MPs as well as our MSPs to account. And I think that's really helpful. And I think by cherry picking, it makes it look political rather than actually doing the best for local government and the best for Falkirk Council area. Councillor Murtagh's mentioned the direct funding that has come from the UK government, which was not part of the agreement between local government and Scottish government, and within that we've got regional funding, yet we're talking about not having regional funding imposed upon us. So I think these strands of funding, along with the guidance, the Pride in Place, we heard earlier today that the criteria for the Pride in Place didn't actually match the areas in which was finally chosen. So we do need to find ways of calling our MPs to account around the area as well. So I think if we could find a form of words, if we could get a pragmatic way forward that isn't about politics, it's about doing the best for the area and calling everybody to account at various elected levels, as the electorate will call us to account next May. Thank you.
Councillor Mackie Brown.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I have to be honest here, I'm sitting here listening to councillors talk about working together and not making this political, but at the same time publicly stating that they don't want to work with a reform councillor. So for me, this is all just talk. There's no commitment, there's no desire for anybody to work together for the greater good of people of Falkirk. It is political, and I can't sit here and listen to people being so hypocritical and talking absolute nonsense. At the end of the day, we're here to serve the people who elected us, not ourselves, and that's what it comes down to. So we should be doing whatever we possibly can to work together collaboratively that was promised at the very start of 2022, which we're now a year until the next election. I've not seen one part of collaboration working together at all so far. So I think we need to all take accountability and actually own that we're not working together like we should be for the people in the communities of Falkirk.
Okay, we have a 19-1. Councillor Sinclair.
I have a 19-1.
Yep.
I've got 19-1 as well.
I think there's a possibility you're going to have several 19.1s, Deputy Provost. I don't believe, that anywhere in my remarks I mentioned any reform councillor or reform member at all. The points that I have made quite clearly within my remarks lie solely with the UK and Scottish governments. And the last time I checked, Reform were not in either government. So I think that I need to be clear on that.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I actually really resent the fact that you've just said that, Councillor, because in nowhere in my remarks did I mention the word reform, or did I mention anyone specifically, except from the outgoing Prime Minister Keir Starmer was the only person I named. So actually, I don't think that's an accurate description of what anyone in this room has said today. So the best thing here would be to apologise for your remarks.
I'm not apologising. I'm not apologising. At the end of the day, I'm sitting here listening to elected members saying we all work together. We want to work together, and I've still not seen that in 4 years. So I'm being honest and saying what I feel and what I see. At the end of the day, it wasn't in terms of you, Councillor Devine, or you. It was a public video that was shared by Councillor Murtagh, saying that again that she wouldn't work with a reform councillor, and also the MPs part of it as well won't work with a reform councillor. So how are we meant to deliver what's best for the people of Falkirk?
Can I have 19
I'm going to move on.
No, I can have a 19-1. I was
ones.
named in that. We will take this up offline, I suspect. I do not recall.
I've no desire to do that, Laura. Unfortunately, no.
Sorry. I'm speaking to the Provost, the Deputy Provost in the meeting here. I have never said in any form, in any way, or shared. Excuse me, I am speaking.
Yes, you have.
I'm sorry, Provost. Do I have the floor, Deputy Provost, or not?
Yes, please continue, Councillor Murtagh. If you can just be silent for a while. Councillor Mackie Brown.
I have never said, as has been just stated, that I would not work with any councillor at any point in any public statement. I have never said that, nor shared a video to that effect. And I believe then, therefore, that if Councillor Mackie Brown is referring to me in her remarks, and she's also labelled that I am a hypocrite, therefore, because those remarks were said, I would ask that those were withdrawn. And I don't know that there's any evidence of any of the things which have been said. I am more than happy to clarify the things which I have said, but the council chamber is not the place for that. So if there's going to be allegations put forward that require a right of reply, this should not be the place for it. But if there's going to be persistence in false allegations coming forward, then I will require a right of reply, Provost. But I think those remarks should be withdrawn, as they, I would think, very clearly breach standards.
Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Binney, I think it is.
Thank you. Just really the term working together, it's really a statement and it's not for anybody. I mean, I feel the best way all councillors working together is actually committees, actually on groups, actually attending presentations, having talks with officers. That way you get to know your fellow councillors, and that way I feel that collaboration together is the best way for communities, rather than just working in isolation. That's what I want to say, but it's not directed to any particular person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I am gobsmacked at the way in which this discussion is going. I put forward this motion in a constructive way. It was not meant to be controversial, and the direction that the discussion is going is really, really difficult. My motion said nothing except, can we restate the Verity House agreement and work together? And I would like to ask now for a recess, because I wish to have a discussion with council officers about what is appropriate and inappropriate here.
How much time? Okay, 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I've had some discussion with both the officers and with the proposer of the amendment. It seems to me that this has been a very long day and we're getting some very heated discussion, which is not helpful to any of us and is not looking good for any of us. So it is my intention that if Councillor Sinclair is happy to withdraw his amendment, I will withdraw my motion. We will take the discussion elsewhere and look at a collaborative discussion on the way we can move forward on this issue. The issue itself is important and we do need to take it forward, but I don't think it's helped by the heated discussions we're having here today. I have the agreement of my seconder for that course of action.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yep, I think the heat of the day is the appropriate phrase. I'm content to withdraw my amendment from this meeting today on the basis of what Councillor Hannah has said. I think in challenging these things that are brought forward, from my perspective, it's about lending perspective. And I think on that basis, we've all made points today, those of us who have been more reasonable than others, we've all made points today that I think that we've got some foundations to work on and build from there. So in that spirit, and I know from comments that have just been made hot off the press, that one of our new MSPs is willing and prepared to come and talk about and discuss how we move forward and proceed on that basis. So where that's concerned, I'm content to withdraw my amendment to work and progress us forward, and I have the agreement of my seconder.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Well, on that note, that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting will be on Thursday, the 1st of October, 2026. And I'm just trying to think of how to word it. Can you make sure you're in your seat for 10 AM? Okay, so have a good break, everybody. Oh, sorry, Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. All I wanted to do was recognise the pragmatism shown by both parties here in recognising, you know, that some of the language was moving into. I didn't find it particularly offensive, but I totally respect others' interpretation. So I was pleased. Councillor Hannah putting forward a suggestion, Councillor Sinclair agreeing to that. So I'm delighted, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe this has been not a bad day because it's actually shown that we do need to work together. We do need to work together. It's going to be difficult, but we do need to work together. As an independent, I sit here and just get bored out my skull watching the ping pong going back and forward. I'm hoping that we can work together. Thanks, Deputy Provost, for your indulgence.
Okay, right. Thanks, everybody.